No one wants to.
I actually took the last spot, because I knocked down the rope a little bit more.
I saw it move back. I think we went to the snowfall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on the snow.
Commissioner Johnson kept moving it back.
There's two Scout PD cruisers out there, but
PD.
they seem like they're in and out.
Yep, good enough.
Usually they save me the space right in front of the dumpster, but that was even taken today.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning.
Get a park in Fairfield.
I think it's on his side.
Good morning.
Somebody's on daylight savings time.
Well, the sun never goes down in the land of cool.
That is true. That is true.
Let's see. Well, Commissioner Alsop, good morning.
He's having trouble with his volume, so
We have to speak.
we can hear him, but he can have a hard time hearing us.
Oh. All right. So, okay. And Scott, I understand is,
Yeah, he's not able to attend at all,
Okay.
so he's
yeah,
heavy into recovery.
yeah, no, well, best of luck on
That's right.
that, for sure. Well, I'm here, so if we're all ready, I'm happy to proceed.
Yep.
All right?
So the way I structured the agenda, it's kind of like a regular meeting with the big workshop.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you want to start with the pledge and then.
Yeah, I was just what I was going to do, start with the pledge,
Sounds
and then call the meeting to order. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, call this meeting to order. And we'll start with wherever the agenda is. I don't have it. There it is, hiding. So minutes, resolution 2452, accept the minutes of February 21, 2004.
So moved.
Second.
Moving to second, discussion. All in favor? Good. And our workshop is to review the proposed fiscal year 25 budget with commissioners. Program and services, SEDC, Tourism Council, Soil Water Extension Office. To begin immediately, if not sooner.
So if I could just touch on a couple of things as we get started here, and I know that this is something that we'll probably talk about over the course of the whole budget session here. One of your handouts that's there in front of you is essentially a snapshot of the changes in this year's budget. I'm not a big fan of this particular form because it does cause a little bit of consternation in regards to the what the actual department budgets looked like last year and what the proposed budgets are, because the last year's budgets are so influenced by ARPA funds. And so it appears, for example, I mean, it appears according to this sheet that last year's sheriff's budget was 2.4 million and this year's sheriff's budget was 4.7 million. Well, that's not accurate because you had so much money, almost $2 million of ARPA money applied to the sheriff's budget last year. So when you're looking at the big sheets, and you get down to the bottom of every department, that's the true expense difference from year to year, not necessarily this sheet here. But the purpose of this sheet is to show you that what the department heads have presented is a 3.8% overall increase to the taxpayer from last year. So that's kind of the framework that you're starting from. The other thing I passed out by email yesterday, which is a little interesting, but it has to do with the rapid rise in valuations because of home prices. So even if the budget for the county came in absolutely flat at zero, no increase. Certain towns would still pay more because their valuations went up, and therefore their portion of the county budget went up. And some towns would actually pay less. So right now, it's about a 50-50, even with a 3.8% increase proposed. Half the towns, the smaller towns with less housing value, those towns would actually pay less in county taxes this year. And some of the larger towns, Fairfield, Madison, Skowhegan, Pittsfield, they would actually pay more than 3.8% increase, just because of the adjustment in state valuations. So I just wanted to make sure that we talked about the impact, overall impact, before we kind of got into the nuts.
That's supposed to make us feel better.
Well, it depends on where you live.
I got houses in both towns, the expensive ones.
But if you're Elaine, Solon goes down. Right. So, but when you're looking ahead to the budget. But, so, in regard to the requests, you have those requests from SEDC, from the Extension Office, and from the Tourism Council. And then on page 7 of your budget sheets, you have what we've proposed for budgeting. And right out of the gate, I'm going to throw something confusing at you. And it's just my idea. You can run with it if you want. You can shoot it if you want. For SEDC and the Tourism Council, I'm recommending that we fund at the same level as last year, but we take it from two different pots of money. One we take from taxation, and the other part we take from TIF. Because the UT TIF is very specific that it can fund portions of SEDC's budget. So you'll see that SEDC, for example, and Christian will speak to this, they're asking for the same overall amount of money, $70,000. What I'm proposing is that we budget $50,000 and pay the rest out of the UT TIF, $20,000. I'm also proposing the same thing out of the Tourism Council, $3,000 from the budget and $3,000 from TIF. So I'll just pause right there to take any questions, because this was my idea. This was not Christian's idea. So if you've got any questions or thoughts, whether you think that's a good idea or a bad idea, it's a way of utilizing those TIF dollars to, reduce the impact on the taxpayer. That's the way I look at it.
So as far as the Tourism Council and, a 50-50 split there, what did you base the split on?
So much of, what I based the split on the SEDC?
Right, because what was that, a 30-70 split or something?
Yeah, so it's 50,000 and then 20,000 to TIF. That primarily is my thinking of the work that Christian does is probably 2/3 within the county. The work that the Tourism Council does to promote is heavy on rafting and snowmobiling. Right. So it's heavy up in that part of the UT.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
Can I ask Christian, how is tourism this winter up north?
We're waiting on a final report, but
it's probably one of the worst winters they've had. It got off to a slow start, and the trail base was okay, but the snow just wasn't replenished, and you can see everything now. It's they've probably lost the last 6 weeks of the season. Still March, and the groomers will be out if they get significant snowfall, but they're hurting.
Yeah, I figured they were.
Yeah, and so we coordinate with a couple trail masters and snowmobile businesses, and so we're letting them catch their breath, but we do have inquiries out to kind of gauge where they're at, and they'll come out with probably a percentage, and they'll say this is our, we're down. I'm assuming they're down probably 50% minimum.
Yeah, minimum.
So it's unfortunate. The ATV season is longer, but they really don't hit it until after Memorial Day because it just, eats the trails up. They typically don't change that either. So thinking if the snow melts earlier this year, you might be able to start ATV earlier. That's usually not the case.
Usually a longer mud season.
Yeah, so not great. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I don't know, Christian, if in general you wanted to speak to
Yeah, well, I'm here.
CDC?
Yep. So again, as Tim mentioned, we're asking for the same amount, 70,000. We don't care where it comes from, we just appreciate the support. I think, that is forward thinking on Tim's behalf. And, I try to report most commissioner meetings I'm here, so I have a brief overview in there. The biggest change of our work this past year and going into this next year in the fiscal budget for 24-25 is probably our digital equity and inclusion program. It's something we didn't dabble in at all prior to 2023. The state reached out to us and we're looking for a partner in Somerset. I said I was too busy to run that program, and then the next week I called them. I knew I was going to be getting inundated, whoever they hired to do that, so I figured we'd just do it. And so we've, purchased a couple hundred devices. These are for low-income families, or libraries, or schools. So essentially, every town in Somerset has access to high-speed internet now, and computers and tablets. We have a mobile lab of laptops and tablets we bring around. We host classes, digital skill training classes at the jail every week at different libraries and towns. We've met with almost every town now in the county on this program specifically. So that was a heavy lift. We're in year 2 of it, so I don't want to say we're on cruise control, but it's getting a little easier. With that program, we funded a tech lab at the Quimby School in Bingham. That'll be open the next couple weeks, so once that's open, we can invite you all to see that. We also have applied for a connectivity hub within that program, and that is actually to purchase the Quimby School. We'll know in probably the next 2 months with that. That would really create a larger space for the community, and we want to keep the gymnasium open for public events, voting, driver's ed classes, Girl Scout, Boy Scout stuff, and then we'd have telehealth offices in there. So could be interesting. About $11 million is budgeted throughout the state, so we're trying to get something to Somerset, and that property made the most sense. So that's probably the biggest change in our work this year. Excuse me. We are partnering with the town of Norwalk to facilitate our revolving loan program via their waste management TIF. We continue with projects as they arise. Obviously, the spinning mill has come to the forefront. And we actually spoke with the Maine laboratories last week, Norwalk. They're the only PFAS testing facility in the state. We helped them get up and running. They were very experienced in that lab service, and money wasn't an issue. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
I know it's early.
Morning thing.
I've had that same illness a week now.
And they're actually looking to expand, triple their production. So they called us, we're going to help them get finance for that as well. So a lot of it is people reaching out to us. I wanted to be more proactive when I came into this role, and I was the first couple of years, and now people just reach out to us. So it's usually people who need the help the most, and I think that's probably best served for Somerset. So we did help Consolidated to get a $3.75 million grant to connect fiber up and down 201. That was like the last pocket of internet service in Somerset that we really needed. They're beginning construction the next couple months on that. So as far as broadband, the fiber is either in place or will be by the end of, they say 25, I'm thinking it'll probably be earlier. We're doing the last pocket of internet service.
My apologies. I'm trying to help John get the YouTube live stream.
Continuing helping people get financing, and then just really advising and consulting everyone. So really enjoy the work, and I think we partner with the county more than other development corps for sure. We have a much closer relationship with the county, and a lot of people think I'm a county employee. I don't bother telling the details, but we definitely appreciate the support, and I want to be here a long time. So other than that, the budget's attached. Actually, it's our year end of '23. On paper, we look very wealthy. Most of that money's passed through. We had a large grant, broadband grant that came in, was expended. This year, actually, the $276,000 you can see up top, we got our first quarter payment for our year 2. So we got all the money in. We didn't have time to expend any of it. So a lot of this is timing. A lot of our revenue includes all of our earned interest on our loan programs. We report that as income. We try not to use it to fund our operations, because if we start using all that interest, we would run out of cash essentially in our loan program. So we try to keep that in there, but we include it as revenue. So there's a lot of money in and out. When I came, we had one account, and not a great accounting system. Since we have, obviously QuickBooks, and I think we have 6 accounts now, so everything's earmarked appropriately. It makes reconciliation and accounting a little more difficult, but it's very clear to read. And so we probably aren't sustainable more than a few years out. Tim and I have mentioned this. I do want to talk to everyone throughout this year, heading into next year's budget, of seeing maybe potential increase. I spent a lot of time finding people money and not a lot of time finding ourselves money. So if we ever want to grow an employee or have a healthier balance sheet, then we'll have to look at some other revenue. So right now, the $70,000 is definitely appreciated. We want to just make sure we're set up for the long term. A lot of these grants come in. We pull the broadband grant. The first year we pulled $25,000. This year will be $30,000, but those are one time, and so it helps for a year or two, and then we're back down. So if there's any questions, I'll definitely answer them, and if you need any clarification, just let me know.
Yeah, I have one, on the, you call it the Equity and Inclusion Program?
Yep.
It has to do with the tablets and, that sort of thing?
Yep.
And the state was leaning on us to participate in that. What is the split compared to, what the state's funding and what the county taxpayers are being asked to fund in that?
That was all federal ARPA funds.
Okay.
And so that went into the state, and then they looked at the broadband world in its entirety, and they put a lot of money aside for beefing up, expanding, and upgrading internet networks, but they also carved some out for digital equity and inclusion, which really just means everyone should have fair access to the internet and devices. So that's not a burden on any state or county or town taxpayers.
Okay.
And that was,
So all the effort and the cost is all being paid for through the federal program?
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
Is
all.
that program going to be upkept? Or
We're in year 2. The state, initially we had to put together a broadband coalition, so we did that with 26 partners. That was hard scheduling, libraries and schools and everyone. But we put together a county digital plan, and essentially looked 5 years ahead of really continuing that work. The state took all of our county plans, put it into one master state plan, and Maine was actually the first state in the country, I think last week before, to have it federally approved. So with that, we budgeted 5 years of work like this, and we had a hefty budget just to say this is our wish list. We'll get a fraction of that, but I think this can continue for the next 5 years. It's a lot on my plate, but the money's there, the opportunity's there, and it's not going to be for forever, so we want to take advantage of it. And honestly, in Somerset, it's one of the top 2 poor counties, and it needs a lot of help, so I think this is good, valuable work, and it's helping people get trained to be able to go to work. It's helping their kids, stay in school, and so it's definitely meaningful. It's new on our plate, but it's definitely a lot of time.
What's happening with the Eaton Mountain Foundation?
It was good and bad. We kept it afloat with the intent to purchase that property under the nonprofit foundation. Last fall, the owner decided he didn't want to sell the mountain anymore. We had first right of refusal. And so we are cleaning up our taxes, and we're going to keep the foundation open for maybe potential grants on his behalf. But we're not involved like we used to be. I mean, we used to maintain the property. I did a lot of mowing and weed whacking on the weekends out there, so I'm glad not to be doing that anymore. But it's a huge asset, obviously. We want to help where we can. We'll see where he's at in the next few months. I think he can work remotely. He lives in Ohio, so that was the biggest issue. So SCDC was the fiscal sponsor. Well, not technically any longer, but we're doing the books. And so the expenses of Eaton Mountain Foundation will reimburse us after we do our taxes. And actually, the county gave us $25,000 for the purchase of that property, which we still have. And so once we finish out our books, we'll probably be returning that money to the county. So between that and our loan proceeds, actually, I think we'll be close to $200,000 giving back to TIF and community benefit. So that'll help, obviously, in the next few months.
But doesn't the first right of refusal stay alive even though the owner has decided not to sell?
It does.
They sell it in the future.
Yeah, I mean, we made offers.
Yeah.
And I think they were fair. It's just, everyone thinks their property is more valuable than it is. I mean, it needed a total rebuild, so it's a tricky situation, especially with this year's snowfall.
Right.
We had hoped this year would be the first year open, and it would have been devastating, obviously. But, a good project, a good asset. We did facilitate a bike park planning session out there, so that might still happen. We looked at it as more of a four-season, let's start small with trail access, maybe snowmobile access, and places you can park your trailers and stuff. So we're encouraging the owner to look at it that way, but the bike park design's set up. If he wants to do it, it'll take some money, but...
And so even with the first right of refusal, the owner could still set the price he wants to sell at?
We had a not-to-exceed amount that we had agreed on, and we weren't willing to go up to that level, but I don't think the foundation's interested in purchasing it anymore.
Okay.
But you might have another go at it for a year or two and say, all right, maybe it's time to unload this, but especially with the way winters are going.
And then, of course, that reduces its value.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, it's 100 acres, but it needs
Right.
everything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we projected about a $5 million project. So.
Okay, thank you.
If there's nothing else for Christian, the soil conservation budget is exactly the same as the request from last year. The tourism council is the same. The county extension office actually is a decrease. And Karen Giles is on Zoom. And unlike John, she can hear us. So Karen, if you're there, I didn't know if you wanted to do just a brief introduction and talk a little bit about the extension office for the commissioners?
I'd love to. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you for setting up this meeting. I appreciate that, with my car being ridiculous today, recently, actually. Yes, so we actually managed to have a little bit of reduction in our budget request this year due to some management in some of our office services. We're improving and updating our phone services and having it run through the university IT, which is reducing that cost quite a lot. And we paid up our very large photocopier, and I almost said mimeograph machine, that's not what it is. Hitting myself there, sorry. So that's another reduction. So in order reducing our request for programming, we are able to reduce some office costs, and so we can ask for a little bit less money this year, which I'm really excited about. So it's about a $4,300 reduction from last year. But we're still doing some really great programming out of the office. 4-H is back around a bunch. It was a bit of a struggle after COVID to get things back in. I'm doing some after-school programming with the Margie Smith Elementary School in the REACH program, and having a blast with that, doing some STEM and a horseless horse club. So I'm working with about 30 kids down there right now, and we're actually working on a 3 reception course of the upcoming solar eclipse. And I've got a bunch of solar eclipse glasses that I'm going to be we got them from NASA, and so I've got a bunch of them that will be able to donate to the program. We're also doing some computer science literacy through the Learning Ecosystems Northeast. So I've got a stop motion film course I'm going to be doing. Starting a rock climbing group. That's what we're doing, and we're doing some workforce development around that. So I'll have some guest speakers from the university and some professionals in the field that work in those sorts of fields, like archaeology and paleontology and even some like GIS kind of things, just to introduce kiddos to some of the opportunities that come from those kind of interests. We are almost finished with our second round of the Maple Sugar 101, and that was a kind of a mixed club. We had virtual programming with our maple syrup expert from Cooperative Extension, Jason Wheely, who's down in the Cumberland office. And we also did some workforce development talking about how there were opportunities to get into that. And so we're also doing in-person sessions, and this is a statewide program, so each of the counties partnered with a sugar house, and they, all the kiddos went to that sugar house and did some hands-on activities like cutting trees and actually getting to run lines and things like that, and learned a lot about how the process works. And then we're also talking about value-added opportunities too. A couple of kids did the course last year, and I'm really excited to do it again. And it was great because I remembered a bunch of stuff from last year. Okay, that's a really good sign. We've been really busy. It's also scholarship season, so I've started getting some scholarships rolling in. We don't have too many kiddos actually graduating this year, but those that are, a good percentage of them are going on to some kind of secondary schooling, so they're applying for the scholarships that are available. If you know anybody that would be appropriate, let them know to contact me, because I'd love to have more. That's a few of the things that we're doing. We are currently waiting on the university to get our horticultural person. We need to fill that position again. The person we had in that position has actually moved on to become faculty in a different office. So he's still with Extension, but he has moved up in the hierarchy of the Extension, and so he's now a statewide representative. He's actually come back and done a few programs out of our office, But he no longer actually works out of our office anymore. So, that's one thing we've got to do for next year is, for this year, is to fill that position again. But otherwise, we have a pretty good, activity record going on in our office. Any other questions or, I knew we had talked some about doing some improvements in the office too, but I'm not sure when Tim wanted to talk about that, so.
Yeah, Karen, thank you. I think as far as the budget goes, that comes under the maintenance budget.
Yes.
But I think that you and I have been in good communication, and Nelson has been over there quite a bit, kind of taking a look at what are the priorities over there. So we will talk further about that when we get to maintenance, but I think it's, there's been a good line of communication between you and I there.
Yes, I'm very glad. Everyone's not really office and had a chance to have those conversations. It's very good to have that kind of connection with the county, and thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, thank you.
And that's good. I was going to ask about the building, the state of the building, and how that was going to fit in, so.
We've got some ideas, we've got some priorities. One of the things that we're working on with the existing capital funds that are right now is creating a security door up there that would allow folks to be buzzed in rather than just walk in. That was a priority for Karen and her staff. There's a little bit of musty smell developing in the conference room, and so we're taking a look at options for carpeting, removing the carpeting that's there, and maybe kind of looking at an option that's more of a snap-down vinyl floor like this. The roof was a concern. We've removed the trees. There's a big old birch tree, and that was a bittersweet moment. We understand that cutting down trees is not easy. But by removing that tree, you've allowed a lot more sunshine. Nelson was able to get up there and clear off a lot of the moss that had developed on that. So the roof seems to be sustainable. So.
Oh, good, good. We knew that there was an issue with the roof a while ago. Any other questions?
Well, thank you very much, Karen. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
Do we want to make any motion on these budget proposals, or just go through them and?
Yeah. Do they have to?
Well, they've done it different ways. Usually they don't have to motion, but they can say they're okay. I don't think they physically have to vote on each one of them.
Okay.
No, we usually just do a consensus that we accept them as proposed and they'll go up. And so we basically we're forwarding it to the budget committee.
Right.
For their analysis, and then they'll send it back to us with their okay.
Right. They usually go through each of the departments, and then at the end of the meeting, when it gets to the total, then they forward the total to the budget.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So good, we can accept the reduction and the extension. I was concerned about the building, but it's in a different spot, so that's good. And did we want to go to EMA, go back?
Yeah, I think.
As I see people are here,
EMA
ready to go, and
Christian, if he gives up that front seat.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the long day.
Thank you.
Christian, yeah.
Go make some money. So I think in a nutshell, looking at the EMA budget, is the increase is the strategy changing from Mike dedicating part of his time and Tammy dedicating part of her time to make up a 40-hour position in EMA. The strategy now is to have 2 full-time people in EMA, a deputy director and a director. And we did do an application process, we did do some interviews, and 90% sure that the right candidate is in the room for the deputy director position.
Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be later on your commissioner's agenda to approve that.
That was like 35 or 40.
But I think, like I said, in a nutshell, but Mike will deliver more information.
Basically, it is, that is the basic change in this. So I'll go back, just,
You might want to bring the mic a little closer, because John can only hear.
Oh, okay, sorry about
That one right beside you.
oh, that one, I can do that. So, as Tim said, the major change in this budget is the splitting.
If I could interrupt for a second, I actually got my earphones working after freeing my computer for a while, and I hear you loud and clear now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Loud and clear.
Challenges them.
Well, we can turn them off at Zoom.
Shut up.
So, 13 years ago, it seemed like a really good idea to combine the two departments. And of course, not having really looked at that MRI study that was done in 2012, I believe it was, it seemed like the logical thing to do. It seemed like the two departments should be working together. And I still today believe the two departments should be working together, but they shouldn't be one department. First of all, in a 12-month period, we've had 3 disaster declarations. We have more grant requirements, more grant reporting, more grant oversight that needs to be done than has ever been done before. We've got work that needs to be done on plans. We really need somebody in the EMA office, and hopefully that will be the new director's position when it's approved and they are hired, to be front-facing with the community. You had the job description for the deputy director, and that's kind of a grants person, it's a finance person, it's a plans person, it's that person who's getting all of those things done, but are not necessarily out front facing with the public or with the first responders, where I think the director needs to be. And so, back in that MRI survey, at that point, we had 85 hours a week in the EMA office. There was a half-time director, there was a 35-hour-a-week deputy director, there was a 20-hour-a-week special projects person, we had a 10-hour planner, which totaled 85 hours for the week. One of the recommendations that came out of MRI is that we do everything we can to maintain the current staffing levels that we have, but encourage that we extend the planner time. So they didn't really give a definitive number of hours, but we had 85 hours in the office at that point, and they were recommending 12 years ago to go ahead and expand that because the planner needed more time. So I don't think moving back to 80 hours in that office is unrealistic, considering the changes that have happened even with everything that's required from 2012 to today. That is the basic change in this budget, is creating a director and deputy director for that department. And in looking across the state, we were the only ones that were still foolish enough to think that we could combine the 2 half-time positions. Lincoln County had done away with that years ago. Washington County had done away with that format too. And right now it runs, every other county runs between 2 full-time staff and down to Cumberland County, who has 7 or 8 full-time staff. So it's kind of in that configuration. If I look around us, Franklin has 2 full-time. Kennebec has 4 employees. I'm not sure what the status is of them, as far as I know. The director and deputy director are full-time. There's 2 other positions other than that in the department. Piscataquis has 2 full-time employees. So I think and I'm not saying that we do 2 full-time employees because everybody else has them. We need 2 full-time employees because that's the job that needs to be done. So that's where that change is in this budget, is that extra position. So basically it's taking, the 2 half-times and making them 2 full-time. So the only other change that I'd like to just quickly look at with you is under equipment agreements on the second page, which is under services. That's showing just a small decrease of $841. The EMA vehicle will be, the last payment on that will be made in September. So that payment for 9 months will not be made. However, the adjustment in here was, and these are things that are still pending with all of the conversations with Consolidated, but this adjustment in here was to up the fiber connection for West Forks and for Fairfield and make those tower connections stronger. So that's why, even though we have 9 months of no vehicle payment, which amounts to about $4,500, we've only gone down this amount because of the increases of the other agreements that we potentially may have with Consolidated, so. And I don't think there's really much change other than that. The telephone line is up, it's based on usage. We're currently at 83% as of the end of February. That line was requested to be an increase. And other than that, I mean, there is a $600 increase in electricity. That's basically based off in usage. And keep in mind that the electricity in EMA is kind of coming from two different areas. It's that 70-30 split inside the communication center, but it's also full electrical cost out in the EOC. So EMA covers the full cost out there. This has been our first winter that we've had the PPE building ready, so that has additional cost with the, with the heat pump out there. So that's where that change comes from.
Mike, you've spent all of your equipment repair and maintenance line.
Yep. Generator. That's with the current, that's with the current generators that we have. EMA pays 30% on the generator that's connected to the communication center, and it pays 100% of the generator that's connected to the EOC. When that was serviced, there was multiple sensors that had to be replaced, so that's where that cost comes from.
And the generators, the new ones have arrived. What's the install plan?
We may have to talk about that.
Okay.
It may take, the last response that I got was not as forthcoming. I mean, we did have the pictures, we know they're there, but it may take a call from someone a little bit higher up the food chain to make that happen. We'll have that conversation. Tammy and I talked about it this morning, that was probably going to be a recommendation.
Well, Patrick.
Yeah. Cancel the hammered in.
In a nutshell, what do you see as the difference between the deputy director and the director as the role is?
So I see the deputy director a lot like the former deputy director was when we had one who was there full-time. It's finances, it's LEPC, it's working on the CERT plan, it's grant preparation. Even though they didn't do as much grant preparation, they did some of the tracking after. That's what I see that to be. I see the director to be a person who, like I say, is front-facing, who is maybe the guy who's the exercise guy, the guy who's out in the public, doing those types of things, who's selling the plans and who's interfacing with you, who's interfacing with MEMA, who's doing all those types of things that need to be done. I had 2 days last week. I spent, Monday down at CMP reviewing the December storm. That was Tuesday. Monday I was at MEMA and we were reviewing Homeland Security grant criteria for the coming year. So there are so many things that need to be done. And every day that you're out of the office, that's things that I'm getting done there. So, we still haven't broken up the division of where we had when we were two halftime, however you want to call it, in that I am taking a vacation, so we've decided not to split those duties back to their original silo until I get back from vacation, and then we will. But keep in mind the finance person, and I say this, we never used to advertise this because we got a 50% reimbursement, which we no longer get, so we can't advertise this, but that EMA finance person, or whoever that deputy director is also responsible for comms billing and those types of the communication center. That person does all of that billing. Because of the 70-30 splits, it's just easier to have one person do it than to try to do it in two different departments, so.
So if you look at the expense total on halfway down page 2, you'll see that this is probably one of the more significant increases because of the staffing change. You're going from a budget currently of 194 to 342. And so that's a big jump, 76%. So that kind of jumps off the page, but I think
one person in a one-person department,
right,
really makes a huge difference. And it's I did this yesterday just because I wanted to play with numbers, and if that increase were in the communication center budget, it's 7%.
Exactly.
So it's just dependent upon what the original budget is. That adding one person into a budget that's less than $200,000 to begin with has a huge impact.
Yeah. But I think what we've seen over the last year with 3 disaster declarations, the need is there.
Yeah, and I always say I don't want to be that tinfoil hat person, but there is something changing in the atmosphere and the climate, and I don't think we're probably seeing the last of our declarations. I don't think we'll go another 12 or 15 years without having more.
Any questions? We're all good?
Yeah, you did a good job.
You want communications?
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm not saying that.
Why don't you come back here? You got it all down there.
So you'll see the net change to communications is fairly small, because even though we are doing the same restructuring by creating a director and a deputy director, some of that overall expense is offset because they're not requesting as much capital as they did last year. So the budget overall for communications is relatively flat, but they are trying to restructure with a director, which is Amy, and hire the deputy director. So one of the things that we'll be working on, assuming this budget makes it through the budget committee, is advertising and recruiting for a director of EMA and a deputy for the comm center. All right, take it away, Ann.
It's just a few changes. The heating, that's just based on current usage. The equipment agreement down on 4420, that 2,800 reduction was our recorder system. It was an annual maintenance on our current one. Acorn has gone into Equiture, and so our new agreement with Equiture was a beefing up of our servers, and our annual equipment agreement is built into that over the 10 years. So that was that reduction. The other outside services, where we only kept one Kennebec County town, Benton, that lowered our 911 call volume that we needed to report to the state for our medical and fire queue. So that was the reduction there, because they don't need to queue as many calls to meet our state requirement.
So if I just might touch on the capital. In the last couple of years, do they have a copy of that? They should. I think you have a copy of the capital sheet. Unless someone's the only one that have it. I think they do. Yes. Go. So, last couple of years, they've raised a significant amount of money. 2 years ago, it was $366,000.
Should be in the bottom again.
So on page 2, you'll see the communications breakdown for capital. 2 years ago, they raised $366,000. In this current budget, they raised $265,000, but they're only asking for $30,000 in this year's budget, which is kind of what really offsets personnel. But maybe Tammy can speak to what they have been working on with that capital now. One of the reasons that their ask this year's low at $30,000 is because the commissioners moved $50,000 from TIF to those projects for the radios up in the unorganized territories. That allowed them to kind of jumpstart that process. But I didn't get anything to add on capital.
Sure. I failed to mention that 4,500 under the towers, rents and leases. We did have to increase that because we've added York Hill and New Sharon, and that's going to create that coverage for Smithfield and Norwood. So that's an additional expense, internet, tower lease. As far as capital, we're trying to have conversations up to Squaw to try to possibly get up on the ski lodge there. That would entail putting a solar panel and a box, either if they allow inside or outside. So I've been having some conversations with Rodney Folsom, who's going to facilitate that between the owners and us to see if that is going to be a solution. Our equipment on Eaton is pre-Ice Age. Not Ice Age. Ice Storm. Ice Age. 1998 prior.
Close
enough.
It's
old. So,
Smoking drums.
right, so all that, we're working with 12 towers now, adding York. So all that is maintenance of those 12. I mean, it used to be 4 towers, now we're at 12. So to keep all those functioning, just the basic maintenance on them can be costly. Just going to Coburn or Ball.
Unknown caller.
It's a $3,000 trip. So, I mean, everything is expensive. And then, you know, if we had a lightning strike like we had in West Forks, that's an unexpected cost. We did add monitoring to our generators at the sites. We're slowly adding that back so that if there's power failure, we're able to address those quicker, where there are remote locations that were not readily accessible to us.
And that monitoring system actually allows you to log on and look at each one of the individual towers, and you can actually check the fuel levels and check for any faults or anything in the generators that are at those locations.
Can you give us a little update on staffing? Where you're at, how you doing?
Well, we're down 2 people. At the 2 meetings ago, you approved 2 folks for us. On the second day of one of those hires, she decided that it was going to be too much, so we had somebody that shot themselves. That they decided that that's, unfortunately, early on in the training, was able to determine that was not going to be a fit for her. So we have interviews on Thursday, so we're going to have 4 candidates we're interviewing. But we are open to positions. We are currently filling that one position just to maintain minimum staffing. And fortunately, we have a part-timer that's retired who worked 48 hours last week, and having her work those hours saves, you know, those higher paid folks, you know, that cost. And not to mention just burning people out of working as much as they are. Because we also have vacations, extended vacations that we're also filling, so sick follows. So we're getting there. Hopefully.
So you can see, if you look at the page, top of page 4, that's the final expense total for the comm center. And 1.98 last year, 986 this year. So really less than 0.5% difference.
Commissioner, if I can.
Please.
I kind of want to explain the director, deputy director positions from a 24/7 perspective. When you have a director, if you have just a director in a department, that person is technically on call 24/7. There's no ability to split that on-call time up. And while we both understand 24/7, it becomes very difficult when you spend your entire weekend, multiple times, in a row, dealing with issues. And they may seem like small issues, but you're still getting the call, and you're getting the email, you're getting the text message, and there's nobody else there to back you up with that. That's a huge piece. That 24/7 piece is huge. And I don't demean anybody who works a Monday through Friday job from 8 to 4, but it's a completely different world. It's like the world at the sheriff's office and the jail. That's the same world we're living in, where if you don't have multiple layers of support behind you, you're going to burn out real quick.
Questions, concerns? I guess we're good. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good job.
DA?
I believe the district attorney is here.
He is here.
No support.
What's that?
With some support.
I know. We're going to go fire and by myself.
I'm sorry.
We have arraignments and jury selection today. It's just me. I told them, you focus on what you need to do, and
Send the big guns.
I'm just going to do my best to answer all the questions.
Well, just in a nutshell, for the district attorney's office, we had a good meeting with the staff, and the significant changes come in personnel, and again, the structure of that office. You've got a domestic violence investigator that came on halfway through the year, and so that was half budgeted, and now that budget is now fully seen in these folks, in the figures. And right now, the office works with an office manager and 3 legal secretaries. They're proposing to add a 4th legal secretary position in this budget halfway through the year. So it's kind of a half-funded DA's legal secretary position to start in January if it's approved at the budget level. And then there's the mystery of IT in the district attorney's office. And there's some increased costs associated with that. It has nothing to do with our IT department. It's what the state provides, OIT, from the Office of IT down in Augusta. But with that, I'll let you talk about how busy.
Sure. Yeah, and I can explain those 3 points because that was a really great overview, and those are exactly the 3 points to hit on. So we are very fortunate to work with Detective Ronnie Blodgett. He is still under the sheriff's office, which is the right way to do it, in my opinion. I think law enforcement should be supervised by law enforcement. But the district attorney's office gets the benefit of his expertise and his work, and so it's right that my budget would have to pay for that expertise. So I am in no way disputing that should be in my budget. It should be. I'm getting the benefit of his work. But it is expensive to have a Somerset County deputy's work. So that is, right, so that's a big piece of the increase. The technology piece, we really have been fortunate in a strange way, because we haven't had to pay for our computer program for a few years now. What happened is we're using this program called Justware. It's no longer supported by New Dawn Technology, and because it's no longer supported, they're not charging us for it. So we haven't paid anything for a couple of years for this, for Justware. Because it's no longer supported, it's starting to break down, and it's beyond the capacity of the IT people to be able to do the programming that would be needed to keep it going. It would cost more to hire that level of expertise to keep a program going and just try to support it ourselves. So what we did instead, we meaning the district attorneys and the attorney general's office, is we applied for a grant to purchase a new computer software program. And we got that, so that's the good news. We don't have to ask the counties for money to purchase this new program, but it looks like we have a complete contract. We're in the process of signing it, and so this new contract should start in January of this year. And that means we're going to have to start paying fees to support our computer software program going forward like we used to. So it's just money we haven't had to pay for a few years, so it looks like this big increase. But really, we just haven't had to pay it for a while, and that's been nice, and it's been lucky that it hasn't broken down. And then the third piece is the new person, and that is because of our numbers. I get these printouts from the court every month on how many cases are pending in every single county in the state. And in Somerset County, on February 23rd of 2019, we had 135 pending active felonies. And now, on February 23rd of 2024, we have 255 pending active felonies. So it's an increase of 88.9%. That's a huge burden on the staff. That's not just a burden on attorneys. And so that's one of the big things that's hitting us. There's two other issues. One, I am concerned about a speedy trial bill that's before the legislature. If this bill passes, we will have to try every case within 9 months. Well, Class A's 2 years, Class B's and C's, we'd have a year, and then the misdemeanors, we have 9 months. Well, the misdemeanors tend to be tried last because we prioritize the felonies. So we'd have to figure out how to do this. Do we now prioritize the misdemeanors? And it's, the bill is, what I'm hearing, supported by the judiciary, which is not putting a fiscal note on the bill, saying they can do it within existing resources, which is hard to understand, given that today we have jury selection. We have cases on our jury selection list that will not be chosen. Not because they're not ready to go. We're ready. The defense is ready. Everyone's ready to do the case. The judiciary doesn't have the ability to give us all of the court time that we need to handle every case on the list. So now, if we suddenly are put to a tougher timeline, that is going to mean just processing these cases over and over and over again. Every single time the staff has to take a look at the person's record and what they're always running. Before, every time we go to trial, they're running the person's record, they're running their driving record, their criminal record, they're running all of the names through the jury selection list. So the longer, the more we are kind of pushed up front, the more work on that. We will get another attorney under this, and I would want to put that attorney here in Somerset because this is where the need is. And another attorney is another whiny voice for staff to deal with. So that's another issue. But the final issue is I am concerned about what I saw in the newspaper 2 days ago in Cumberland County. The district attorney announced she's no longer charging 3 crimes across the board. Driving without a license, driving without vehicle registration, and driving with a suspended vehicle registration. We charge these 3 crimes, and we do it because our staff is awesome. And they do all of the work of preparing these 3 cases. They get the blue seal, which is what we need to prove that they really didn't have a license. They have to get that from the Secretary of State's office. It is a time-intensive process, but they do all of that work. So all the attorney has to do is handle the case in court. And what I'm hearing from the Cumberland DA's office is that they don't have the staff to do it, and that is why they're making this change. So I just never want to be in that position. I think the legislature gives us crimes, and we're supposed to enforce them. And I'm not supposed to be making those decisions on which crimes are being enforced. So, but obviously I need the people to be able to do it. So that's the other thing that worries me in the back of my mind. And then the last thing I'll say is we did increase revenue. I know it's only from 12 to 20, 12,000 to 20,000, but I feel very confident about being able to hit that mark. It looks like we're hitting it this year. We may even be able to go beyond it. And the reason I'm so confident of that is during the pandemic, we stopped charging the full supervision fee when someone got a deferred disposition as a way of trying to make sure we're able to resolve cases without money being the factor that gets in the way of that resolution. And now, with the economy strong and we're through all of that, we can go back to charging what we used to charge,
And we've actually raised some of our supervision fees because everything's gone up. So I don't have any concerns about being able to meet that increased revenue. As small as the increase is, we're trying to do what we can.
Just so that the commissioners are tracking it, on page 5, halfway down the page, under 5430 services, 4380 IT maintenance agreement, that's what she's referring to, because there's a $9,000 increase to that, and that's our best guesstimate as to anticipating what these new fees will cost from the state for IT. As far as staffing goes, the attorneys right now that are provided by the state are Tim, Brianna, and Julia?
Yes, Tim, Brianna, and Julia, and I am very pleased that right now, this is the most Somerset County attorneys I've been ever able to hire. Tim lives in Pittsfield, and he is the first assistant district attorney. He replaced Frank when Frank became the deputy. So he lives in Pittsfield, so in Somerset County, and then Julia lives in Skowhegan, so another Somerset County attorney. So, and then Bree lives in Augusta, so she's in our district, but not specifically in Somerset. But I am pleased. I do see that commitment to this community and this area is really reflected in the activities that they do outside of their work, and so I think it does help that they're living here.
And you're anticipating another attorney to be assigned to Somerset?
If the speedy trial bill passes.
Okay. So
If I get another attorney, I want to put the attorney here.
Okay.
But that's a big if. And it's because of this felony level increase.
Yeah.
They're in trial all the time. They get trials 6 months out of the year, which is a lot for a small office. Compare that to Franklin, which is only going to trial 4 times out of the year. So having that number of trials is necessary. Our numbers need it, but it's just a lot of work. I mean, you hear Mike talking about 8 to 4 jobs. I mean, that's not what the attorneys are doing either, and that's not what Natalie's doing either. I mean, the staff it's really impressive to see how people I would say both Kennebec and Skowhegan, when they see that our custody list is high and that the court wants all of the complaints by 11, or the court brings the deadline up and says, no, now we want everything by 10. We don't get those complaints done, people get let out of jail. So we have to get the work done. They voluntarily, I don't even have to ask them. They just come in an hour early. And then, of course, I have them leave an hour early to comply with union regulations on the other end, but they look at it, they see when the work needs to be done, and then the attorneys, they don't have any union regulations. When they go to trial, they just work all weekend, because it's a performance, and there's only one way to get ready for the performance that is a trial, and you gotta put the time in. So yeah, I do see the need because of how many felonies are up here that are pending.
So all those attorneys are funded by the state.
By the state.
But when we look at our budget here, it's Ronnie Blodgett, and then in the office, it's Natalie as the office manager, Sydney as one legal secretary, and Chris as another legal secretary. Just so everybody's on the same page, Tanya Belanger was a legal secretary. She's moved over to deeds now, so we have
outstanding.
Yes, it was a tough loss for the DA, but it's a good pickup for deeds. That position we have not filled yet. We've done several interviews, some for a variety of reasons. Some people have refused our offers. Some have not passed the background check, and so we're still hopeful that the last round of interviews will produce a hire there. Mm-hmm. So that's the 3 that are current.
Well, and I just got an update from Natalie, and she said that from the first round, 1 person turned us down due to salary, and 1 person didn't pass the background check.
Right.
So then we did a second round of interviews. From the second round, the first candidate refused because of salary. I guess she's making $2 an hour more. Yeah. And I will say, I do feel like you've been very generous on salary, and I very, very much appreciate it. But still, salaries are high. And so, so our first candidate refused because of salary, and now this next candidate that they've made an offer to has conditionally accepted and is pending the background check. So we are very, very hopeful that this one passes the background check. I think she will. And I'm excited about her. I think she's a phenomenal candidate. Yeah.
So this budget, as proposed, we would be seeking another legal secretary starting in the new year, in January.
Right.
So my question is, with this new bill that's before us, how will that impact indigent defendants and their inability to find lawyers?
Right, that's a great
So that's going to slow down that cog anyway.
So we are most fortunate in District 4. We are the only district in the state that is not feeling the impact of not having enough defense attorneys to represent people. All the other districts have this impact. There are currently over 100 people in custody without an attorney who qualify for a court-appointed attorney, and over 300 people out of custody who qualify for a court-appointed attorney who don't have one. None of those people are in either Somerset County or Kennebec County. And I think there's really two reasons for that. One, we do have a collegial bar. The prosecutors work well with the defense attorneys, and I've heard that from the defense attorneys. I've heard that we will disagree on the merits of a case, we'll disagree on the law and on procedure and all of those things, but it's never disagreeable. So the attorneys like practicing here. They like working with Tim and Julia and Bree. They like working with the attorneys in Kennebec. And that helps. That's a huge help. But then the second big piece is we do have the only public defender's office in the state in Kennebec County, and that public defender's office is taking thousands of cases from Kennebec County, pushing all of those Kennebec defense attorneys up to Somerset who don't want to be part of the public defender's office. And so those attorneys who want to continue to have a private practice, they're getting fewer cases in Kennebec, and so they're coming here to stay within the same District 4 system that they're used to and that they want to practice it. So I'm not directly confronting that issue. I am in my role as the president of the Maine Prosecutors Association, seeing this big picture and worried about the big picture statewide. And I ultimately do think the answer is you just have to have a public defender's office where those attorneys make the same amount as the prosecutors make. We have a huge income disparity right now. I'm hiring attorneys at $49 an hour, and the indigent defense attorneys are making $150 an hour. So I'm amazed that I can keep the prosecutors that I have. They're extraordinary people. I've been very, very fortunate in that aspect as well. My last two hires, I stole from the Attorney General's office. So, very fortunate. I know in District 3, I was just talking to the district attorney for Androscoggin, Oxford, and Franklin County. He has 3 openings that he hasn't been able to fill. 3 attorney openings. So the salary disparity is a real issue, but once you have that public defender's office in place and everyone's making the same amount, then people kind of naturally go to the side that they feel more comfortable with, and you don't have that big income disparity pulling people in one direction. So I just think that's what they got to do. They just have to have more public defenders' offices.
So I've got a couple of questions. On your comments about the active felonies, what were the dates on that again?
Sure.
Was it last year versus this year?
Yeah, no, well, I have that too. So the court gives me these numbers, so it's just a printout, and I'm happy to share it with you. It's public information. This is nothing private.
Right.
But they send this to me actually twice a month. on what are my numbers now compared to 2019. And the reason they're using 2019 as the benchmark is because it's before everything shut down. So they're trying to get yeah, exactly. They're trying to get the whole state back to where we were and the numbers that we had in 2019. And so that's why I get this comparison. And the last one that I received was February 23rd. I'll probably get another one next week with some more.
Is that just Somerset, or is that the district? I get
it broken down, so I get everything. I get the whole state. But Somerset alone is 88.9% increase for felonies. And then, I mean, Kennebec also has a ridiculous increase as well.
And the active ones that we have now, is that due to backlog, or is it new arrests as well, or?
I mean, there's probably a combination, but I see the biggest issue is that on jury selection day, we can't pick all the juries that we're ready to try. So that's really, that's where the bottleneck happens. Things go very quickly through the system and I was just asked by the Judiciary Committee to provide all these numbers, so I have brand new information on this of looking at when a person is arraigned, so they're first told of their charges, how long then does it take to get a dispositional conference with the judge, where you get to see if you can come to a settlement? How long does it then take to go to docket call? How long does it then take to go to jury selection? The whole process is really quite smooth. We're talking a month or two in between each event until you hit jury selection. And once you hit jury selection, a case can be on that jury selection list anywhere from 1 month to 3 years. And they just keep getting pushed ahead to the next list, because at the end of every jury selection day, so at the end of today, we will have a lot of cases where a jury hasn't been chosen. And it's not because we're not ready, and it's not because the defense isn't ready. Both sides want a trial, we're both ready. It's because the court has run out of time to pick the jury, and the court can't give us another jury selection day because their calendar is too packed. So that's where our bottleneck is right now, and it's caused this increase in active cases. We also do see an increase in overall numbers. I know everyone has read the paper on the marijuana cases, and that is something that my office has worked with Sheriff Lancaster in really pushing that other offices aren't, and that's why you're seeing Somerset focused in the news and in right, because we've agreed to work with Sheriff Lancaster, and he has been so fantastic in pushing this, not only in Somerset County, but statewide. He's really been the force behind saying, this isn't right. We can't turn our back to what's happening. So we do have cases like that are coming in that are more complicated. We haven't handled a marijuana cultivation case in years, and I've asked our deputy, Frank Griffin, and he happily accepted to handle all those cases. So he is coming up and doing those, because he's been handling drug cases for over a decade now, so he's got the experience.
So my concern is long-term, because if the bill passes in the legislature where we're looking at an additional attorney, I guess part of that would be is if a large percentage of this is backlog of the active felonies, then at some point in time we would actually work through that backlog and would sort of be relieved of, you know, that additional cost burden. So an additional attorney, is that $150,000, $200,000 a year for the taxpayers, or, you know, roughly?
Well, the starting salary for an attorney is roughly $60,000.
Right.
So, and then there's benefits.
Right.
So it wouldn't be, I mean, certainly wouldn't
So
It would
under
be like
under
around
200.
100, yeah.
Under 200,000, okay.
Definitely under 200, but I mean, benefits package is, I'm gonna put it at roughly 100,000 is probably the additional cost. Now, this bill may
In the
not.
150 range,
Right,
yeah.
right.
And that brings me to this, and maybe this is a Tim thing. So one of the things I'm looking at on this, is, so there's under wages, there's a 27% increase, while at the same time, there's a 63% increase in pension. So that's, pensions is 2120. And I'm just wondering why there's such a disparity. Is there somebody new that,
When it comes to the benefits, it really depends on the personnel. And as you have turnover in the office, they elect different benefits. So when we put the budget together, we try to make it as accurate as possible. So we use the current budget packages, benefit packages that the current employees have. If they have any turnover during the year, you can see variances in those benefits.
so in this situation, basically, the 67%, the disparity there would be either somebody new came on that is going to be, that's going to accept a pension type situation.
The pension is Maine PERS.
Right.
Okay, and the deferred comp is the 457. So you can see that someone went from the deferred comp up into the pension. Because you see a reduction in the deferred comp, but an increase in the pension. And the cost to the county is greater for the Maine PERS than it is for the deferred comp.
And my guess is that pension number will always go up as the incomes go up. And so now you're fully funding that domestic violence detective, whereas in this proposed budget, where you weren't fully funding it in the current budget, and we've also put a half-time, or not half-time, but half-a-year employee starting in January, that adds to that wages, but also has an impact on that pension.
And when it comes to the pension, when you're looking at the domestic violence investigator, he's part of the FOP contract, and the FOP is 3C when it comes to Maine PERS, and that's like the highest level of compensation for us. It's like 12.5% or something like that that we have to contribute, which is much more than office and clerk.
Okay, yeah, that just stood out, if you're adding an additional person, the wage, obviously, the wage increase is gonna go up quite a bit, and you get twice as much there, so, good. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Your domestic violence investigator, who's technically a deputy sheriff, I guess, working under the aegis of the sheriff's office, how much sort of crossover or duplication are you seeing there? Is that person going out doing strictly law enforcement things under the sheriff's need, or is he exclusively working your domestic violence cases? How's that working out?
Well, it's working out great. He is doing exclusively law enforcement work. So to answer that question, he is law enforcement 100%.
Right, but the idea I thought when we agreed with that was that he was available if the sheriff needed another body or whatever, just in conventional law enforcement, as opposed to working a specific DA case. Is that happening?
I don't believe the sheriff has asked him to leave our office to go work, but, he certainly could, but I don't believe that's happened as of yet. I know that I've seen Detective Blodgett in action already. Several cases, I've read his reports, I've met with victims with him that he has interviewed and spoken with. So I know that all of his work that I've been interacting with him has all been on domestic violence and sexual assault cases, and he's done an excellent job. So he really is looking at two main things. One, we used to ask the sheriff's office for follow-up on various cases when when there was a witness that wasn't interviewed, when we couldn't find somebody, and we'd ask the sheriff's office to do that. Now we ask Ronnie to do it, and actually, I should say, there's also he does that in other cases. There's one on jury selection today that he just cleaned up for us, where we didn't have an IP address that we needed for as part of the case, and he went out and got it. So so it's not exclusively DV sex assault, because I know he did that one as well. It means that we're not constantly asking the sheriff's office to, hey, you didn't do this part, you didn't get us this information, we need you to go out and get this. And instead, Ronnie does all of it. He's great. He's just he's got a great personality in addition to a great work ethic.
Yeah. To John's point, my observations talking with Ronnie and with Natalie is that his work is almost exclusively out of the DA's office.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's been called on for any reserve work with the sheriff's office since he started.
Yeah, I don't know of any.
Only on weekends.
Oh, on weekends? Is he on weekends?
Sometimes he picks up a shift on weekends.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Good for him.
Yeah.
And to get some perspective, inflation notwithstanding, when I was hired as a glad Bushy-Tail attorney in 1981 by David Crook, my starting salary was $12,000 a year, and that did not include any benefits other than health insurance. And I had an opportunity to buy out my retirement 30 years later, but decided not to, but I didn't get any main purse out of that either, so that really changed. But we had a lot of fun doing it, so it wasn't so much the money, it's the job.
Wow, 12,000.
Perspective.
And a couple of chickens.
The other thing, it's very minor, but we were able to reduce our witness fees because we're once again being able to forfeit bail. So it's a small change, but at least it's again, we're trying to look for the little things we can do. And so that saves us a little bit of money that we're now able to pay for those witness fees out of when someone doesn't show up for court when they're supposed to, and their bail money is forfeited, and the court is now willing to actually forfeit that bail, and we weren't having as successful arguments prior, but now we are, and we're getting that bail money, and that bail money is used to extradite people when they flee the state, and there's a warrant out for their arrest. If, however, we have extra money, because of a bill that the DA's brought a few years ago, extra money in that account can be used for witness fees for anything that is pretrial expenses. And so that's why I was able to reduce that line. Again, small amount, but we're trying where we can.
And from the news is that the state pays for interpreters for defendants, not the county.
That is true, yes.
That's good.
Yeah, state pays for interpreters.
We should need more and more.
Yes, we do, yeah.
Okay.
Further questions? No. Good? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Question. Before we go on to the commissioners, this gentleman here is...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to introduce you. This is Ken Lust. He's the new budget committee member from District 2.
Hi, Ken. Thank you for
He's giving a
showing
crash
up.
course today.
All right, yeah.
Ken, this is Robert Cezak. He's the chair from Fairfield, and Joel Steckes from Big City of Canton.
What town are you from again?
Stars.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And, okay.
So what happened in Vermont yesterday, John? I thought your influence went across the border.
They're socialist in Venezuela. What else can I say?
Right.
Right?
It's the Bernie Republicans that came out.
It is, yep.
You're not impartial as the chairman of the party with respect to all the Republican candidates that are running for the job?
I am neutral, and I believe there's only one candidate left as of now.
He speaks that, he says it for neutrality.
Well, no, I mean, there's been a couple of candidates since last night that have announced that they're withdrawing. So, which leaves one.
So ranked choice wasn't an issue yesterday.
Well, no, especially when we weren't gonna use ranked choice, which we told that, and.
So why did it appear on the ballot that way?
Legislatively, they say that it's required. I told them, save the taxpayers' money on the ink, because we're not gonna.
Okay.
We're only looking at the first row, but they didn't listen to me, so. But yeah, I've spent the last month, so of course, sort of pushing early voting and stuff. I was getting all kinds of contact on. It's Richard. So I've been warning people steady. Look, when you open up your ballot,
It's gonna say.
So don't worry about, and it is interesting. I mean, multiple media outlets we've talked to and press conferences.
Well, we're at the commissioners.
Yes, most of that budget is on page 6. Most of that budget is wages and benefits. Most of those wages and benefits are mine. The major difference is I take the buyout for health insurance, and so that's a savings from what was budgeted last year. And so the net difference in the commissioner's budget is essentially about a 5% reduction overall. The only thing I thought of, and this was the first budget Patrick and I did, so that seems like it was like 5 years ago, but it was just a couple of weeks ago. I think I want to bump up the 2780 dues and memberships. We had reduced that line from 14 down to 12, and we had thought that we were going to have a lot of savings from subscriptions to legal magazines and stuff like that, but it's not that significant. I'd like to bump that line back up to 13,000.
We only go one way.
Yeah, I know you only go one way in these meetings. If you can make a note of that for me, because we've already spent 12,000 so far this year, so.
What are you asking?
We budgeted 12,000, I'd like to budget 13,000 for that.
So it's still a reduction of 1,000.
Yeah.
Not 2.
Because there were some subscriptions that we've canceled from last year to this year, so we're gonna see some savings, but it's not as much as we thought going into that. And just another note, we did reduce our legal line. We had budgeted 15,000 for this current budget season. We've only spent about $1,600, so we're gonna reduce that down to 10,000, presuming that we're not gonna utilize much legal in this particular. Legal is spread out throughout all the budgets, but in this particular budget, I think we're safe. So, I don't know if you have any questions on that particular budget.
No, the training, you've lowered that. But should it be lowered? What do we use the training for? I would think that some of that would be educational purposes. For HR, well, that may come in HR, but for you,
Right.
and for commissioners, should we need a course? And for any of the newly elected individuals?
Yeah, I guess, I didn't see a whole lot of spending in that. Now, we have spent that money in the past to the tune of $1,400 or $1,500. We've really only spent about $185. Some of the most significant training that we went to was the Labor Summit down in Portland. And that was paid for by the risk pool.
Right.
So I think there are free or minimal costs associated with trainings. If you come across one, as the commissioners come across one, if I see one that's, I think is valuable, I certainly would recommend it, but I don't say this like I don't need training, but Maine Municipal has provided the majority of my training over the last 10 years.
Right.
On a lot of those particular issues, and some of those that are germane to this job are either free or paid for or low cost.
Okay,
And I
very
think
good.
a lot of that training in the past was related to keeping accreditations up.
Ah, okay. Good.
So, the usual stupid question, where do all our commissioners, salaries, are they included on this?
Should be under the stipend wage, is that right, Pat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
And,
But that also
is
includes,
that,
3.5%, yeah.
go ahead.
but that line also includes the wages that the deputy
Yes.
administrates, right? So Leanne's wage is split between HR and that line. So that's not just the commissioners, but it's also Leanne's, part of Leanne's pay is in there.
So, we're not getting any, well, I said,
I think we put
Right,
it,
in the budget, it is at 3.5%.
Oh, there's a FICA type increase.
so we applied that 3.5% to the commissioners'
Right. Now,
stipends.
Cost of living.
it's my personal opinion, I mean, I don't know whether this makes any sense or not, but, I mean, I don't feel the need for a raise. I remember when I worked in probate, that I got my usual cost of living increase, which was nice, but I think, compared to other municipal officers throughout the county and the state, I think we're very well paid, and I don't see the need to pay more at this point, particularly with the smooth administration we have right now. We seem to be doing less work than we did last year, so that would be my personal view. I don't know whether that's,
No, I don't think that we would need to have
Resonates.
a 3.5% cost of living increase for what we're doing at this point.
I think that's the first part of that. Robert.
No, we never had to before.
I think he agreed with you.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I think we're all agreeing with you.
So,
Yeah.
I didn't
where does
realize
that come from? Is that somewhere written in a policy somewhere? Is that just like a,
Because it's included in so many of the collective bargaining agreements, it's kind of assumed across the board. When Patrick does his formulas for budgeting for salaries, those are kind of assumed in there. And you know, on cases like this, all you have to do is tell Patrick you want to keep it flat, and with a few strokes of the keys, boom.
we'll keep it flat. I don't think there's an issue with
I don't
that.
have a problem with it.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, John.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a probate judge, I thought, yeah, I'm getting very well paid for this job, which seems to require not a hell of a lot of work, and it was enjoyable at the same time, and then
Maybe that's the
every year I'd be told, well, you're getting a raise.
Right, exactly.
You gotta be kidding me, I can't see the way it is.
Maybe we didn't need one to begin with.
All right.
All right, we're gonna rescind everybody's 3.5% then.
See if we can set a precedent.
Yeah,
We never was included in that before, were we, Patrick?
I don't think we were.
Yeah, the initial calculation, yes.
So have they received 3.5%?
No,
No.
Yeah,
just because it's in a budget doesn't mean it,
You get it.
you
Okay.
get it.
Oh,
It's like capital, it's in the budget, but then we gotta go through the process of making sure you really wanna spend the money when it gets time.
There you go.
I'm gonna write that quote down, Patrick, just in case we need to use that again.
I don't think I said that.
I think we have it as,
That will bring it down,
Just
rough-
because it's in the budget doesn't.
that will bring it down roughly $3,000.
3,000.
it's true though, just
like
because
that.
it's in the budget doesn't mean it's gonna get spent. That's where unexpended income comes from.
Look at us getting.
Okay, so we're all set? We'll just knock off that 3.5% that John was gonna get, and
Leave the other three.
All right. Moving along to soil conservation. It looks like it's the same.
I think you guys already covered those.
Yeah.
So you're down to
Down
HR,
at HR.
really page 8.
That was,
So really just adjustments to pay and benefits. I believe Leanne opted for a family plan for insurance as opposed to a spouse and employee spouse. I can't remember, but whatever it was $8,000 difference.
Employee spouse.
Yeah.
Which is the same price as a family plan.
Right, right. So that's,
Oh, okay.
that's the significant difference. All the other budget lines, we kind of tightened up a little bit. And I will say, I mean, Leanne does a great job. And I think one of the unrecognized things about her job description is just the way she's kind of brought everybody in this building together. She goes out to make sure that we have little celebrations and parties, and she interacts well with all the other department heads and all the other departments in this building. And she's also been a big help to Mike over at the jail and to Mike over at the comm center for hiring. She's very diligent on those hiring processes.
right, as well as she could as HR.
Well, but the reason I say that is she didn't come into this job with a whole lot of HR experience. And she'd worked in the town office for years and been a town clerk, but she's really done well with that.
Does she have HR certification yet?
I don't know. She'll be here. She's at a doctor's appointment with her daughter. She'll be here this afternoon.
Okay,
I don't know the answer to that.
because we should know that, and if we need to, we should increase the training so that she can get that.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of courses kicking around through southern Maine, and there's also the self-training course. I forgot the name of it. But those books are in the office.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
But we should at least have a certified person in HR. But that was basically the same thing I was referring to in the commissioner's budget, was actually education expense for you to get some college courses locked in.
Yeah, we had talked about that previously. I don't know, since that's reimbursable to a certain point.
Right.
Under the personnel policy, I didn't know if that needed to be.
It should be budgeted if it is. We should look at that as if it's reimbursable, then it needs to be budgeted. Mm-hmm. And like Patrick said, if it's in the budget, it doesn't necessarily get spent.
So it does mean people pay
He
taxes.
did say that.
I mean, in that regard, I've looked at courses through the University of Maine, and you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 15,000 for a associate's degree in administrative type things.
Yeah, but over how long of a period it'd be.
Right.
Yeah. I was thinking of a course a semester.
Yeah, take a course per.
Yeah.
I can't remember the policy. I think it might be a limit on the number of courses per year.
Okay,
Not
that makes sense.
Yeah. But still, it makes sense too. And then the other thing is it would probably be just reimbursement of courses and not necessarily books,
Sure.
because you'd probably want those books anyway. Especially if you're going to underline them,
That's
and deface them.
that's coming from a bookstore operator. That's a big assumption that I'm gonna keep these books and read them again.
No, I wasn't thinking that you were gonna ever read them again. I was thinking that you'd be underlining them and thus defacing them and marring them up, so that no one could read them again.
I've read the back cover of a lot of books, so.
But not cover to cover. Yes, I've done the same. It's a good librarian trick, too.
Yeah.
To read certain. Okay, so are we good with HR? Lost my place.
Page 9 would be the next one up, finance.
Revenue and expenses, okay.
On finance? So, we going over finance now?
Yes.
Okay.
We're on you, finance.
Okay, there's really two big changes, or two big things that impact the finance side. As you know, the interest rates are high related to home loans and all that good stuff, but at the same time, because of that, the interest rate at our bank account is at a little over 5% right now. So we're getting roughly $1 million this year in interest income, and I'm projecting that that should hold true for next year. So you see a $600,000 increase when it comes to the interest income line of the finance. Right now, last year we used $275,000 of undesignated fund balance to offset some of the expenses. This current version of the budget, there is no undesignated fund balance offsetting currently. Later on, when we get to closer to the end or whatever, we do have a forecast that shows for the next 5 years, because we do have, at the end of this year, I think we have roughly $3 million of undesignated fund balance that we can utilize to help offset the outer years. And we can discuss that plan at that point in time. But for right now, there's no undesignated fund balance in this budget. So with those two changes, and of course the ARPA funds out there, we're sitting at an increase in revenue of roughly $200,000. Portion of that $200,000 offset, and it's mostly due to related to wage cost. The other expenses, we have ins and outs, smaller ones, but we show a roughly a $24,000 increase when it comes to the expense line, and almost all of that's related to wages and benefits.
Under services and on the IT services and IT management, there's no money been expended. Where does the Trio?
Trio is covered under Paul Bell's budget.
Okay.
You'll see it in his line on the detail. He's nice enough to cover it.
Yeah.
It's about a little over $4,000 a year,
Okay.
which is, you know, we had Munis before that,
Right.
and it was costing us around $30,000 then, so.
No, it was a great change. Thank you for that.
Well, we don't need a Cadillac to do it.
No. Any questions for Patrick? Adjustments, changes?
You can ignore the county tax, that will be filled in
Right.
after the whole
Oh, yeah.
thing's done.
So, moving on to IT.
So I just make a couple comments on this is in regards to the personnel for IT. There was a conversation last year about hiring a person specific for cybersecurity, and that was bounced around through the budget committee conversation, and the budget committee ended up taking that out. I think with the staff that Pavel has right now, not that cybersecurity is not a concern, but I think he has some technical people that are on staff now, and he's seen what they can do over the past year. So our conversation really centered more around creating a plan for cybersecurity rather than hiring another person for cybersecurity. However, the reason for the increase in wages here is we are forecasting another hire, but not at the beginning of the fiscal year. It would be staggered to come in later in the fiscal year with the anticipation of retirement of one of the IT people. That person has made it pretty clear that December 25, he's done. And so we're anticipating that with staggering in another hire to the IT department. But the work that Scott and Brett are doing over at the jail, as commissioners, you probably never see that. But the work that they're doing over there is tremendous. Brett has come on in replacement of Tim McDonald and really taken the bull by the horns. And he's probably the guy that we could lean on for a lot of this cybersecurity planning based on his past experience. Eric and Jonathan here in this building do great work, and Jonathan should be credited with almost all of the website because he basically picked up what had fallen apart and really finished it. So I think the team that you have right now is a strong team. So that's my perception. I'll let any questions.
Yeah, I knew we were anticipating one retirement. I thought we were actually anticipating two retirements, closely back to back.
We haven't.
That was discussed last year
Yeah.
at our budget meeting, so I was wondering how that was going forward.
As of today, only one, I think, yes, by December 2025.
And
Only one as of today.
do we want to look at that hiring process a little closer and maybe bring that person in earlier if we can find the suitable person? And the reason I'm saying that is to start advertising sooner than later so that we can get the right fit.
I think the way we've structured this is to be able to start advertising for a person in the early part, like January of 25, with the anticipation of being able to hire them in the spring and have them work for at least 6 to 8 months with the person that's planning on retiring.
Get them up to speed, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was concerned about, but I was thinking that if we started in November advertising, so that we can get the pool and bring them in they might still have 6 to 8 months because we don't know what we're going to find, what's going to be out there. We have had trouble in the past bringing people on board, so I don't want to say we're going to start in June and have them in, start in January and have them in by June, and then not have anybody until August.
Yeah.
So, in these situations, time is of the essence, and so is the ability to find quality.
So the formula then would be, if the commissioners want to bring up that timeline by 3 months or like a quarter. Because I think what we.
January 1st.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it's January 1st, so we could bring that up by that quarter. But you might not find anybody.
But at least you'd have the funds available.
Yeah, so we can bring somebody in.
And we went through that with back here.
Oh, yeah.
So in that situation though, what if you run up against okay, you start advertising early, you actually find somebody that's gonna be a good fit, you're gonna bring them in 10 or 11 months early, prior to the retirement, as opposed to holding off a little bit.
Right, but if you budget for that, then you'd have somebody that can work with, because the person that's retiring is very specialized in what they've been doing. They know where everything is. And so it would be important to give at least 6 months. And if you found somebody early, then if you budgeted for that, it would be a benefit, I think.
Yeah.
So there's work enough for an additional person on top of, basically the OJT as far as learning where everything's at.
I think there's enough projects, right?
Yeah.
Not projects currently going on.
Cleanup.
We'll talk about those projects in the latter.
Okay.
And they've been understaffed. They've been understaffed in many times before. And we've always had to pay catch up. That's why I'm concerned now that it's better to start earlier than later.
So if there's an agreement, then I'll change it from an April 1st start date to January 1st.
I would do the January 1st. Any other questions or concerns for Pavel?
So, under employee costs, there is increase in the training category. So I would like to get more training, and hopefully we can get, train current employees on some like cybersecurity and critical pieces, so we can rely more on us instead of outside vendors. So that was my idea, just to increase this, and pretty much every good IT course, even if you're taking this online, is about like $4,000 as of today. So that's, I would recommend increase of that from 10 to 14.
So that can be found on page 11.
That's page 11, yeah.
Yeah, I remember, yeah,
2740.
right there, yeah.
But one of the things that we talked about is that even though we budgeted 10,000 for the current year, we haven't spent it. So
Yeah.
if there was a training plan
Yes.
to incorporate some of that in this fiscal year and then some of that in the coming fiscal
So,
year.
yeah, so I have like, I created like training plan.
Yeah.
I can just like give you copies of it, okay? So that's like for this year and for next, okay, for the remaining of this year. With the pricing, so.
Thank you.
So in this situation where, looking to do the cybersecurity in-house, that added cost there, how does that compare to hiring an outside outfit to do it? I'm assuming it's substantially more, but.
Right, and I think one of the things from last year's budget committee meetings was to prompt Pavel to look into outside services for cybersecurity, which are not as, it's not as clean to do as we thought.
Yeah, and I did like research and talked to like few outside vendors. It's about like 100,000 a year, so they will monitor our stuff.
And we're gonna be, so being able to beef up and educate what we need to do is gonna be roughly.
Well, the cost of the training.
Right.
And the dedicated personnel. I mean, it's, we've identified, Brett and Jonathan as kind of people that could work that in-house right now based on their skill set.
Right.
And then the other unknown is what kind of skill set do we hire with this new person? So,
Right, the assumption right now is the current headcount will absorb it. There's no current plan for additional headcount.
So other than educational costs, there's not an increased cost, so you put that up against an additional 100,000 for an outside vendor.
right.
Right.
I mean, it's a pretty easy sales pitch.
Now, if we get a year or two down, the road, come find out this cybersecurity takes so much time that we need another system support, then we'll bridge that gap right now. Then.
One of the other things that we talked about when Patrick and Pavel and I met was, one of the things that has benefited me is to have counterparts in other counties and understanding how they operate and they do things. With the caveat that no two counties operate the same way. They're vastly different. However, IT is IT to a certain degree. And so I've encouraged Pavel to reach out maybe to Penobscot County, Kennebec County, to see what they're doing in regards to some of these concerns. And our IT staff, well, we may have struggled to fill positions over the years, is larger than any other county's IT staff. And that primarily is because of the jail, because of the modern jail that we have and the needs that are associated with over there. We need two over there. This training, we talked about, not only will it benefit cybersecurity, but we also pay a significant amount of money to systems engineer, which is somebody we contract with for a lot of the work that we do. So when you're looking at warrants, you're seeing checks that go out monthly to systems engineering just to monitor our systems. Now, they're not doing cybersecurity, they're monitoring for other things. One of the things we talked about with the training is maybe the training allows us to reduce our dependence on systems engineering.
Did we have any trouble yesterday? Because a lot of places all around the country do.
No, we didn't. I know there was like Facebook, YouTube, they were like down for like over an hour, but no, we were fine.
Yeah.
How did we survive if Facebook was down for
I
over
know.
an hour?
And Instagram.
So the first part.
Yeah, the other thing I have a problem with outside security is that is a security risk in itself. So it's kind of like using the cloud. Again, you have another security risk by putting things in the cloud. If it was our own cloud, that'd be one thing, but which is a bank of servers.
So in that first section of IT, 1245, that's primarily pay and benefits. And then you come to the second section, 2446, which is mostly on page 12. That's a significant part of what we spend to keep our systems operating. Some of those items we were able to reduce. Some are just natural increases. You know, you look at that budget of 400 and some thousand, and 230 in the current budget is license agreements. And I took what Pavel had provided, just, not that I can understand any of these, but there's a page and a half of license agreements that make up that 222,000.
It's amazing.
That we pay.
Yeah.
And, again, it's also, it's jail related, it's comm center related.
Those licenses, state license, federal?
Basically mostly software licenses.
The software
to
license,
different
yeah.
vendors for the applications that we're using.
Yeah, it's like Microsoft and other.
It's your Cisco AnyConnect, it's your Citrix X App Advanced, it's your Dameware.
That helps.
So is this helping you? So, yeah, it's crazy.
What line are you looking at, Tim, for that?
So if you're on page 12 and you look at license agreements, it's line number 4360.
Got it, okay, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, that's almost half of this portion of the budget. And it kind of blows your mind how many licenses that we constantly need to pay for. And those generally, increase. We were fortunate this year that we saw a decrease down 3%.
So how much support do the licensing provide us?
So, and updates, so basically every vendor, like usually every quarter, they providing some updates to the software. So in order to be eligible for the upgrades to be downloaded and installed, you have to have a current support services with those vendors.
Yeah, is there any physical wear that is covered by the licensing?
Yes, we have like under IT maintenance agreements, there's like support for the physical hardware too.
Yeah.
And yes, so in case something will break, they will send a part or will fix it.
Yeah.
So that's both for the software and hardware too.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Under capital, the request is $48,000 for this budget year, and on your second page of your capital sheet, you'll see that it's primarily projects to do a Jackman firewall upgrade, some VPN work that's necessary for Central Square that impacts the PDs in the area like Scott Beacon Fairfield. And then the domain controller server for the jail. And my reading of that is the extent of my understanding of it. But if the commissioners are okay with it, this may not be a bad time to talk about dark fiber, since that's been a topic of conversation.
Yep.
After the last commissioners meeting, Patrick, Pavel, myself, Jonathan, Tammy, and Mike from Com and EMA all met with Consolidated, who offered us some sort of solution to running dark fiber. We're kind of in the midst of going back and forth that there's some things that we liked, some things that we didn't like. But I think what the board needs to do is kind of give us some direction. Do you want to continue to plow ahead with a dark fiber connection that is the county's? Or do you want to look at basically insurance? And you're paying Consolidated insurance so that if something happens to the line, it's able to redirect the traffic. So I just thought
Should we discuss what they're throwing at us for pricing?
Well, it's...
That was brutal.
On one hand, there's no upfront costs. So basically, you're leasing this solution. But they're not running any wire. They're putting... I don't know how to explain it. They're putting some sort of network connection at the comm center and network connection at the jail.
And the courthouse too.
And the courthouse. And so you're paying, what, $7,000 a month?
Yeah.
So $84,000 a year. But that would include fixing the problems with the phones at the comm center. It would include allowing the comm center to be able to fix some of their transmissions out to some of those towers. So it's more than just dark fiber. That's why Mike and Tammy were involved in the conversation. But it really, whether you spend another $800,000 up front and run dark fiber, or you spend $84,000 a year for the next 10 years to have this solution, at the end of 10 years, you're still going to have to pay Consolidated for a, what they call an LIT or a lit solution.
Fiber.
So,
What's the recommendation? Because we talked about go through Norwich walking around and
Yeah.
back.
yeah. So Consolidated will still do that, and that's about a $500,000 project. And that gets you fiber all the way around.
It does, but we still have to pay a monthly payment for that also.
And that was what,
5,400.
$5,400 a month?
Yes, yes. 5,400 on top of that.
No, we're getting away.
Yeah.
Currently,
I'm curious, how many many times do we have interruption of service where we need this redundancy to kick in on an annual basis?
Once.
How often does that happen?
It was like once every like 3 years or 4 years, not often, not often.
And what's the duration of these outages? Is this something that lasts for minutes, weeks, hours? Can't tell, probably.
Well, the ones we've currently had has only been hours.
Hours, yes.
We've never, I guess, had a tornado, if you want to say, come through and knock down 30 poles where they had to reconstruct everything. It was just one-offs.
Yeah.
So this is more of, what happens if some type of natural disaster comes through that we gotta keep the EMA and comm centers up. What do we have in place to make sure that happens?
We did have a tornado come through in '84, I think it was.
Didn't take any of our poles.
Yes, it did. Oh, did you go? It took 7 or 8 right by my house.
So here's the other
Well,
thing.
you can't tell whether a tornado's gonna take out the poles and water truck as well, or whatever other system is our backup system.
Yeah.
So I try to look at the risk involved, potential harm, and likelihood of something bad happening, and try to weigh that against the cost. I don't know how you come out with that equation, but you have to ask yourself the question about how big a problem is this? And if it happens once every 4 years for a couple hours, is that worth spending $500,000 to remedy? I don't know. It's an interesting question.
The thing that we're looking at though is we're looking at the EMA comm center. That hour, 2 hours, 1 day could be a life. How much money can you put on someone's life? If it was just a normal business, then yeah, you don't really have to worry about it. But now we're talking about public safety. And that's.
Well, that would be an argument for hiring 20 more deputies, in the theory that we might save a life if we had 20 more deputies.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, that breaks down, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. The other piece would be as far as, and we don't have a crystal ball, but technology breakthroughs or whatever, over the next 10 years, is there some other solution that could arise? I guess I'm leaning more towards the whole, if we're gonna spend money, I would probably lean more towards the yearly insurance policy as opposed to a big upfront investment that could possibly be obsolete in 5 or 6, I don't know, I'm not a tech guy, but.
So right now, like there's like 5G for the networks. I think they're working on like 6G right now.
Mm-hmm.
So in the future, probably within like 3-4 years, we will have like 6G options with the wireless connections,
Mm-hmm.
which will be much cheaper than dark fiber, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Not yet, but probably within the next 3-4 years.
Right.
So we're continuing to have conversations with Consolidated, and we realize we're dealing with used car salesmen with Consolidated.
And they just changed ownership, so.
Well, the people that we're working with, they've been the same for a while.
Yeah.
And that's, I think there's a lot of moving parts. The priorities are the phones at the comm center, because that analog line is bad.
Yeah, it's causing always constantly issues with the phones.
Right. Some of their access fiber-wise to some of their towers. But I think we'll relook at other options for the whole dark fiber. And I guess we need to stop calling it dark fiber because the commission wants to spend another $1 million to run dedicated 30 gig lines.
Fiber lines.
If we're not going to go in that direction, then we just need to talk about redundancy or a way to move traffic back and forth between our three buildings in the case of an emergency. But I think it's insurance, that's basically what you're looking at, is buying insurance on that.
Yeah, so myself personally, I wouldn't be interested in that big upfront investment.
Yeah.
I concur, Joel. I think your solution of some short-term insurance policy to see what develops as options with new technology might be worthwhile. Yeah.
So if that's the consensus of the board, it kind of brings us back to the discussion that was tabled at the last meeting as to what to do with that $870,000 that's sitting there, that was raised well before Pavel was
Right.
here, well before I was here. And I'm assuming some of the history of that was, it was recommended at the time, and obviously it was a third of the price when it was recommended several years ago as to what it is now.
Yeah, we actually had a quote for that. So you could have, back in the day, you could have ran that for that.
Yeah.
Well, we have $870,000 right now in the bank.
Right.
And we could look at that and we could say, well, that is, right now, 10 years of buying an insurance policy. At $8,400 a year.
84,000, yeah.
Yeah.
84,000 a year,
Yeah.
yeah.
That is certainly one option.
So it's a way of looking at it, is just take that, dedicate that money to pay for that insurance policy.
But wasn't there another purpose that you sought to apply money to?
That was the agenda item, to move 350,000 of that to speed up the upgrades to the servers that are due. So that will be at your commissioners meeting later today to decide if you want to reallocate some of that 870,000. I'd be hesitant to commit to an $84,000 a year insurance yet, because I think we can get something different done out of consolidated. Those talks have just begun.
I was just using that for an example of where, what you've got for money existing and how it could be used. Like Patrick said, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean it gets spent.
Right, and I wouldn't be in favor of having a pot of money sitting there for spending 8 or 9 or 10 years down the road.
You would be in favor?
I would not, I have no problem with some sort of reserve account for a couple of years, but not a decade.
Look at the interest Patrick is making on it.
Well, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Buy some Bitcoin with it.
No, Bitcoin,
Don't buy Bitcoin now.
Don't buy, exactly, yeah, buy a little.
had a new high. Oh, goodness.
Good. I think thank you for that discussion. I think that will help later today.
Yeah.
And
But the juice is flowing anyway.
I don't think there's anything else we need to highlight on the,
You know, I'm not like Joel, I don't look at a big pot of money and say, spend it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
mark at 11:20,
Yes.
Robert waking up. At 11:20.
Yeah. His sugar level is rising.
My caffeine level is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Get some imbalances going on.
All right, where are we? We're back to maintenance. So I guess we're good with
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio.
Pavel, thank you for IT.
So essentially, the change there was the commission recommends moving the hiring up
To the first.
to the first of January.
Yeah. It just gives you more time to be able to find the proper fit.
Thank you.
So under maintenance, your major differences here are, your health insurance costs, your employee costs. You're funding 2 part-time custodians and 1 full-time facilities manager in Nelson Hall. other than that, were relatively flat.
Capital.
Yes. So I want to talk a little bit about capital for building maintenance, unless you have any other questions.
No.
Regards to that. The capital that we raise under this account takes care of all the buildings, I should say the courthouse and the comm center, the EOC, and the extension office. So Nelson and I have tried to be pretty proactive over there at the extension office. There's carpets that probably need to be replaced because they really can't get the odor, the musty odor out of that building. And that carpet has been replaced once before, so I don't know if there was a water issue previously or.
They had a leak in that back wall.
Yeah, okay. That would make sense.
Yeah.
So we're probably, we've got $20,000 sitting in the bank right now to spend. And we're asking for another $40,000 for next year. We should be able to cover that carpeting this year to get that done. The other things that they're recommending at the extension office, we've looked into. They were concerned about some electrical issues. We've had an electrician kind of go through the office just to make sure everything's okay, and it is. They were concerned about the smells, they were concerned about the security doors, that sort of thing. So we'll try to, do the best we can to keep that building up to speed. There was conversation about a new roof on the comm center, which is a standing seam steel roof. From my windshield, survey, I would be reluctant to start looking at that anytime soon. There are some patches, there are some rust spots that probably can be adjusted, but that's not nearly as bad as mine.
No.
Yeah, because I think last time around, we talked about, at best, the possibility of repainting.
Right, yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And so at least we're on the same page with those two things. So here's initially what I was thinking when I first came on to work here. We had just installed a new boiler downstairs, but we were still having heating issues upstairs in the Superior Court. And we were getting lots of feedback, lots of complaints that they couldn't get the temperature up to where they needed it to be, 65, 70 degrees. And had Bob's Cash Fuel kind of walk through. Thanks, Ken.
Take care, thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Pleasure to meet you.
And we had Bob's Cash Fuel walk through, and I showed SIP the quote. And basically what they recommend, since the boiler is new, but these units are just as old as the old boiler was.
Right.
And they're everywhere, all throughout this building. And the blower units are bad on most of them. So we could raise some capital to start replacing the blower units there. The other thing that I think you're all aware of, but I'm just becoming aware of, is that there's a bill in the legislature that's going to authorize new Superior Court buildings in Hancock and Somerset.
Right.
And so 2026, they anticipate building a new Superior Court and moving out of this building. So Superior Court, you'll no longer have to stand in line for jury duty here, you'll stand in line over there.
Where would they put it?
They're negotiating to buy the lot behind the parking lot.
Yeah.
So they're looking.
Waldo.
Yeah, right. So they're.
Pick any, yeah.
That's right, throw a rock.
Pick any lot.
Right.
So you're negotiating with the same guy.
So that, so with that in mind, do we invest in because it's $30,000 just for the upstairs to replace all the blower units. So do we get by for a couple winters? They're gonna get warmer anyways, right?
Seems to be.
Question, would the county use that area in the future?
Upstairs? That's a good question. I don't know, because with this new Superior Court, they're also building more offices for the district, for the DA's office.
Yeah.
So it's possible that will just become storage up there.
It's happened elsewhere in the state, I'm sure, but also the DA's offices tend to expand a little
Instead of
bit.
the TVs.
And, otherwise, it's just empty space. It's kind of a challenge for
Yeah,
the counties to, use the space.
yeah.
And all these counties where they put up these so-called judicial centers, which are really hard in many ways. I don't know if it's a great improvement or a wise expenditure of tax money, but that's what they're doing, so. I think we can look forward to having a big empty room up there for, the rest of the time.
Yeah.
So that's the third floor that's the concern. What about, was there any concern with the second floor, the floor right under it? As far as
So
any
this-
complaints or?
This is the second.
Oh,
floor.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a third floor, then there's an attic.
Right.
Up on top,
Right.
where only Nelson and Rochelle go.
Right.
So,
Rochelle goes up there?
I was just thinking, you know, if the floor below was made better, if it would radiate and help temporarily.
Right.
It's already hot enough in here most of the time.
so this floor has had no complaints. And I don't know if it's just a personality thing, you know, there are some people, in attorneys and judge world that they like things 69.5 degrees. If you can't get that at 8 o'clock in the morning, they're not happy. But I fight to turn the heat off on this floor, because my thermostat controls all the way from here, all the way to Leanne's office. And right now, that thermostat is set at 62. But I can tell you it's 73 degrees.
Right.
So this area seems to stay pretty warm. So I don't know if it's worth putting that money aside specific for heating improvements, or if it's to be set aside for some other purpose. So I guess I'm kind of talking myself out of $40,000.
Well, is there any chance that the commissioners may move their office, because it is kind of cramped in this room, just for the commissioners meeting?
That's what I was gonna suggest, is that the commissioners could at least use that for our.
For public meetings
Our
or
public,
something.
our
Well,
public
I
meeting.
think it still would be utilized for some public meetings.
Yeah.
My concern is the access, you know, even though the elevator is really hard to get people up there.
So did you get a sense of a timeline, if that bill was to pass, a timeline that, so of course, I mean, you've got a decent length of time for construction and everything else, so.
So there's a fellow that works in buildings for the state, and he's called me a couple of times just to give me updates, and I right out of the blue. And so I didn't know any of this was going on, but he said that the way that they're structured right now, assuming this bill passes, Ellsworth would be the first one up, and then Skowhegan would be the second one after that.
Okay, so it's not going to happen side by side.
Right. So it looks like they'll be working in 2025 in Ellsworth and 2026 in Skowhegan. I believe there's another one in the bill, I'm not.
There is another one, I
I'm
can't
not sure
remember.
what kind.
They go up pretty fast.
Yeah. But, he told me it's, that, you know, they have a conditional agreement on the property.
Keep Newell busy.
So, yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
Newell busy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So those will definitely take place, so I think this commission will certainly be looking at options for the upstairs.
Yep.
Well,
Well-
if we make any improvements, we should do it in the lower areas and let the residual
Heat go up.
That's
That's what I'm
pretty
saying,
broad.
yeah,
Yeah.
radiate, but that was the question.
Well-
It's already quite, like you said, it's 72 in here and you get the heat turned down, but it's not helping enough.
Yeah, and that's this side of the building.
So what about on the other side? So one of the
other
other pieces was, you know, summertime, it's hotter than a cannon in here, right? We've got fans going and everything else. So what about exploring the option in heat pump type technology upstairs that will, you know, we can spot heat to help there, and the cooler air conditioning and
That's a good thought.
drying of the air through the heat pumps, that will, I mean, cold.
There is great air conditioning in the Superior Courtroom. You can use it as a refrigerator when you get that thing cranked. That's one thing it's got going for it, it's good air conditioning.
Yeah. Okay, I think that kind of gives me the direction I needed on that, because I think there are some other options and some other technology that we can look at that will benefit. Because I know probate office is always cold, mainly because we get the sunshine on this side of the building and they don't.
Exactly.
And so,
And I'm not sure if Efficiency Maine, I mean, there's all kinds of Efficiency Maine stuff going on. I don't know if they do anything for municipalities or.
yeah, it's small. I mean, I think it's about 2,500 to 3,000 per install. But you
Right.
have- if you go with their program, their criteria is higher and you end up having to install more
Right,
than you would
Yeah,
without.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I've had to weigh that a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about the historical impact either. This is considered a historic building.
Yeah.
Is it on the National Registry?
I would assume so.
I
I don't think it is.
I've never seen anything to indicate that we're on the National Registry, which would.
Well, I can tell by some of the work they've done here, we're not being.
Yeah, they didn't have any problem doing it at the Lane House, so.
Oh, okay.
What about the $70,000, $80,000 grant that we applied for?
Still, we've got it through the first stage. It's on the second stage of review right now.
Oh, okay.
So it's in.
Oh, it's
in.
in.
the feds. We're county number 2. That's in
Wow.
there.
Very good.
Yeah, can't remember the lady's name that responded, but they had like 7 action items. We've answered them and we sent it back, so.
Okay. Because we were going to use that for lighting.
Yeah,
That's right.
We might as well keep the $35,000 in the budget for heating units, but Joel's got a good idea as far as using heat pump technology.
Okay. Good.
That way we could also explore the Efficiency Maine, continue with that, if that will save further money.
So looking at our timeline now, do you want to try to get deeds and probate done before lunch, or then spend the afternoon with the sheriff? Do you want to?
Yeah, let's see if we can do deeds and probate before lunch.
Which one you want, deeds?
Yeah, run down and get,
Get deeds first.
I'm gonna run in the other room for a minute then.
The other room.
John, you can use the bathroom now if you want.
Stretch and take a break.
He just did.
I'm gonna take a break in a second.
I want to know if he's got pins on.
Haven't you seen his hairy legs?
I did. I went like that,
Did you get my links? Did they help? You got it?
yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed that you weren't linked. You didn't show up.
No, mine was 2020.
No, but you didn't show up for this year.
No,
So you're not running.
no, I am. I talked to Ethics Committee and I filled up online, I filled out all the stuff and I haven't heard back.
So they haven't put you on. They usually would put you on immediately. I think
Okay,
you've got
I'll
to
call
Ryan
her when I go
again.
home.
Yeah. And you're right, I do have from what I've heard.
Hey, did you get your signatures on?
I got all my signatures.
Me too.
Yeah.
2 o'clock I had.
Hello.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
You gotta,
It'll be just a second.
we got a couple more break here.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I have all day.
All right, so Lori says there's wasps that have been awakened up in Superior Court, so you're in charge.
I'm in charge, okay, first thing I do is delegate. Tim, go.
Go get some Roundup.
Wasps.
Wow.
It's springtime.
Kinda early.
It's springtime. I've been trying to tell everybody. Nobody listens.
Yeah, don't say that, then I have to spray the barn. I'm just worried about skunks, they don't know what.
Right, that's the problem at my place as well.
We have 2 golden retrievers that are good, they stay around the house, so we just let them out unleashed. They've been sprayed twice now since we've lived there.
Since my dogs are gone, I don't worry so much. I used to go out and go,
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I do, but my wife won't. My wife will stand by the door and look and say, you're gonna send them out there, you're gonna wash them, I'm not.
I'm meaning to get down there and say hi to Arlene.
Well, you're pretty busy.
And but man, I got here at 7:15 this morning.
Oh,
She's
she
already
beat you,
here.
of course. She's taking her boot off, driving to work,
That's what I.
putting her boot back on.
Or she's coming up the ramp without the boot.
Is that doctor's order?
No, it's not.
That's Arlene's order.
That's Arlene's orders. And then she's threatening to take the boot off altogether. She's supposed to wear it for 4 to 6 weeks.
Who's that?
Arlene Demo, she tripped at home.
Tell her I'll bring her a walker if she does.
So I guess they gave her one, she refuses to use it.
Really?
Yes.
I'll bring one in then.
All right, I'm gonna tell her.
So it's so funny because she's telling everybody she's fine, and the doctor said there's nothing broken, and it says right in the report, fracture.
Yes.
And she goes, fracture doesn't mean broken.
And you can't tell her it does.
No.
And she gets upset if you tell people she broke her foot.
Oh, yeah.
She's so cute.
Well, I'll just go tell her that she goes to great lengths to be the center of attention.
Right.
She'll love that.
She will. She's a ticket. We're just glad she's back.
Not bad, yes.
So at this point, I don't believe there's anybody running for Register of Deeds.
That's my understanding.
Would you be interested in, if nobody actually runs, to put it as a write-in?
I am interested in doing that, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I'm watching that website, waiting for someone to pop in to take out papers, but nobody has yet. So I'm just hoping it doesn't happen and I can go for a write-in.
People who have taken out papers are not necessarily on the on the website. You're looking at the ethics?
The ethics.
Yeah.
Don't they have to be though?
They have to be, but they don't necessarily do it. And sometimes, even though they do it, they don't get on there.
Well,
That's
that's interesting.
Yeah.
And
What's the point of being on
also
the ethics
disappointing.
website?
I filled all my paperwork out, sent it in. I haven't heard anything.
I think you should run. It's not that hard. It's really pretty easy.
It's 300
Well, John, you have to get 300 signatures for her.
by May 28th.
Just give us the papers. We'll collect the signatures in our towns. They don't have to be any particular party and.
No?
John, thank you for volunteering. We'll expect you to be doing that as soon as you get back.
Don't you have till June 15th or something?
No.
When's the deadline?
No,
The deadline is May 28th to get it to the clerks, and then June 1st to get it to the
Yeah.
state.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's
Well, I'm taking mine in Monday to get certified.
yeah, me too.
Yeah, I
We
didn't,
missed out on the caucuses. It's usually the signature-rich environment that you want to hit, so.
Yes.
yeah, well, I did some at that, I did a lot of them at the election places.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And because of what was on the ballot, it was 99% of people that,
Right,
that comes through there.
yeah.
So Seth, get me one of your sheets and I'll get you the same amount of signatures you got me.
Well, I will say.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure somebody had approached me at some point in time and said, oh, I'll be at signatures.
Well, I did, and I went to Solon and they stuffed them underneath the counter.
No, that just woke up.
There were the extras, the extra
Hey,
ballots.
it's the first opportunity I had to.
No, you've done it once before.
No, today though.
Oh, today.
Those don't count.
Oh.
That's in the past.
Nice. We don't like each other.
Fresh needling.
What? When did that happen?
It's like Joe and I don't like each other because he wants to spend big pots of money.
I do. I'm out of control.
And I want to keep it and earn interest and reinvest it and build my money empire.
Yeah. Just let the people who earn it keep it.
Okay, we're all back.
So if you look at the deeds budget that begins on page 14, it's pretty straightforward. They're tracking well on their revenues, and so they anticipate their revenues staying. This is what makes them the golden child of the budget committee, because they bring in more revenue than they spend. Wages and benefits, just slight increases there, and some changes, but everything else is pretty much the same, only a 3.7% increase to the current budget. But I will, Tanya will speak to this too, it seems like you've been there a lot longer than just a couple of months. You fit in real well. I've heard lots of good reports from the staff there as far as a good working environment.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on the revenue total, is this the full amount of revenue, or is this just the revenue that we keep it?
That's not the portion that it actually gets sent to the state.
It's not the portion?
No.
This is our portion.
This is just our portion, okay.
So when we do when we forecast the 450,000,
something like that.
so when we do the 450, that includes the 10% that we keep on transfer taxes.
Yes, I know.
So
Yeah, I was
we
just
take in all the
thinking.
transfer tax, 90% goes back to the state.
Yeah.
But that also includes the other fees for other filings that we do. And there is talk amongst the Deeds Association of putting in a bill next year to raise some of those fees, which would make a significant difference. It would be kind of a boom for the county, because they're talking about doubling and tripling some of the fees.
Yeah.
So right now, if a municipality registers a lien, it's $19. The legislation, as I've seen it drafted, is to raise that from $19 to $50. Because Massachusetts gets that. And since we're, North Boston.
Since we are Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So you would have to anticipate a little bit of pushback from the towns, because every lien they record is, if it's, instead of budgeting $4,000 for liens in the town budget, now you'd have to budget $20,000 for liens. Now, in theory, those liens are placed on properties where people haven't paid their taxes, so when people pay their taxes, the town recoups that money back. And in the rare event that a town actually takes possession through foreclosure, the town then could sell that property and recoup their money then. But I think the initial shock of raising that fee is going to be met with some resistance. But, my goodness, I mean...
Yeah, I think MMA has already come out, looked at that.
Yeah, I know.
There's been talk previously.
Yeah. So there's no bill yet, but if that bill were to come, it would make for some significant changes. But $19 has been the standard for a long time.
Long
For recording something.
Especially with the liens that are gonna be coming up.
Yeah.
Be a lot of them.
Amy, anything you wanted to report, or just kind of give a rundown? I know that you're not the budget expert.
I'm not
That
just-
you will be.
Right. Yeah, I think I shared some of my concerns with you and Patrick. One was that the travel expense will probably increase this year as I plan to attend all the association meetings in person. I think that's really beneficial. All the side conversations I would miss using Zoom. So I do plan, hopefully, to attend most in person, so that will probably have to be increased eventually. We did increase it a little bit by $50. The other concern was, and I'm not sure where it falls in the budget, but we do have and I didn't mention this, I apologize, but we do have a scanner in the office that's used in the recording process that we received in 2015, so that's getting old. Replacement cost would be between $3,000 and $4,000. So without that scanner, we can't do our work. So if something did happen to that, we'd have to get a new scanner quick. We do have a backup one, it's my understanding, but I don't know how well it works with our new software. So that's just in the back of my mind as far as the big ticket items.
Test it.
Pardon?
Well, probably want to test it.
That's probably a good idea, actually. Yeah. Dig it out and test it.
Glad you thought of that.
You know,
And then, we did.
beat you to it.
It's a good idea. I do know postage has increased a little, and we decreased our budget on postage. I'm assuming that's not going to be a problem, but that was the only other item I saw that may be a concern.
Ask you about the registration fees, because it's been zero for so long, and now it's $75.
I honestly don't know what the registration fees are. The dues and memberships, I understand that, but I don't know what the registration fees are. Do you?
I didn't know if, either what
Yeah,
that was for, why it was 75 suddenly.
yeah, I am.
Looks like it was put in the
not
budget
certain.
last year. We just kind of carried it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not certain what that was for.
It's going to help cover your mileage when you go home.
Yeah, that will help. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've been talking a lot with department heads today about training. And really, there is no Maine municipal training for these. The really only training is to go to these association meetings and talk to people that have been doing it for 20, 30 years.
Right.
So,
I'm getting a lot from that.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
important. Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
They're all very supportive, so that's been great. That's all I have.
Sounds good to me.
Good.
Yeah, perfect.
super.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Super smooth.
What's your name?
Tanya, Tanya. Lives up in Bingham.
Okay.
She used to work, I think she worked 7 years at Thomas College
Really?
as an office slash supervisor there.
So our commute has been cut down a little bit, which is kind of nice, I bet.
Yeah, she used to cruise down to Whitehall.
Well, seems like a really good get.
Yeah. Do you think that the $300 is enough for the travel?
I think that whole category is enough. I mean, you're going to overrun
Right
with
here?
the mileage.
Yeah.
But she's not doing any lodging, not doing any of that. So I think that whole category is going to absorb that. And we could probably make an adjustment next year based on,
Yeah.
what she's doing. Good morning.
Good morning.
So how are you doing today?
Not that Wednesday.
Good.
Good morning, John.
Good morning.
I hear you loud and clear.
Am I too loud? I have no control over that.
That's on our end. We can control you.
That's all right.
You did jump.
Turn me on.
You didn't jump me earlier.
Well, you have a great radio voice.
So just in a nutshell, the probate budget is relatively flat. I think overall you're coming in, less than 0.1% lower. But there's been some rearranging and some restructuring. Obviously you have a long-time employee that just got done. And so you're operating with yourself and you friendly call them your toddlers.
Yes.
Your two young employees that have been young in the probate world. And in our conversations, taking on that third new employee is probably not the best approach right now.
Right now.
Because you're busy training and making sure these things get things done. And I thank you for listening. I was going to say. But in this budget, we did build in a new employee down the road. Did we do that in this budget?
There's some funds in there. It's not a full employee. It's probably good for maybe 2 months.
Okay, so that's a little bit further down the road.
Way down the
And that's
road.
something that we'll probably look at building up to next year. I thought it was helpful when you explained to me that when you're trying to get through a backlog it really is dependent on the judge's schedule. Not so much how many staff members you have, but that schedule. So maybe you can explain that to the rest of the board.
As far as the cases that we're currently doing, the judge has court typically every 2 weeks. We schedule things ahead of time for court hearings, depending on, whether or not things are continued. We're constantly schedule things ahead of time. We'll have to continue certain cases. So we have cases that we currently are working on that are currently backlogged because things are continued or ongoing. We have some cases that, we've been working on 2 or 3 years that continually have to be scheduled for different motions or whatnot. So it does depend on the judge's schedule as well. It used to be we could have court every 3 weeks, but now, every 2 weeks plus specially scheduled court days. So as far as a backlog is concerned, it's not necessarily a backlog. It's just the way that the court days fall. We're keeping up pretty well with the schedule. We have a lot of guardianships, both minor and adult these days, a lot different than it used to be. The drug epidemic is insane as far as minor guardianships, and now we're seeing a lot of elderly folks going into guardianships, the baby boomers especially. So our cases are increasing. So we're trying to keep up with that. And of course, with newer staff members, it's incredibly difficult, but they're doing well over there, so.
Seems to be a good environment.
Oh yeah, it's great, they're great to work with. I enjoyed working with them thus far.
So you mentioned the drug epidemic and how that's influencing that. Can you explain that a little bit?
So we're seeing a lot of like grandparents and relatives, friends, next door neighbors filing petitions to become guardians of children that aren't theirs.
Okay.
Parents are under the influence. It's not a good situation out there. And
Victoria, is district court taking on more of those?
I think-
Pursuant to the new statute?
I would say they are if the department gets involved. A lot of the cases that we see are right before the department gets involved, or if there's some sort of safety plan that the department puts in front of these folks, saying, if you don't do this, then we are going to get involved. That's when we'll see the case first.
Right.
I don't know where I should be looking.
The camera's actually behind you, so it's not helpful.
I'm looking at the back of your head.
Oh.
But don't let that
Is it pretty good?
So I'm shocked to learn you have 2 full days of, every 2 weeks, a full day of court time?
Correct.
That's a schedule?
Yep, and then we'll have
So that's-
the specially scheduled court days a couple times a month for full day hearings.
Well,
Yeah.
So the added time that you've got to spend, so this is grandparents or relatives basically fighting the parents for the,
And no.
or is it just the process?
It's just the process.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot more involved now as far as guardianships, both of minor and adults. And this has come down on the legislature a lot more.
and Joel, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead, John.
Well, I was going to say that these, well, it was 10 years ago, but we used to do a ton of these cases back then, and it's sort of, they never end because someone comes in with a petition for a guardianship, and that's often litigated, and then after a period of time, they're all back in front of you with the natural parents or the father and mother saying this should end. And then you have a whole new set of standards to apply, evidentiary standards to decide whether or not the guardianship should end. And then a few more months down the road, they come back and say, well, now we need to reinstitute it because it just goes on and on with these problem parents that are hooked on drugs or screwing up in one way or another, and they're endless cases. And that was, people think, when I was a probate judge, oh, you do wills all the time and trusts and things like that. And the fact of the matter is, about 98% of it is guardianships in these type of cases in terms of time spent. So, I guess it hasn't gone away, Victoria.
It hasn't. It's, in fact, our caseload has increased probably 50 to 60% more than when you were a judge as far as guardianships.
So how about in the last couple of years? I mean, is most of the uptick been the last couple of years?
The last couple of years.
And the reason I ask is because when they legalized marijuana, right? I mean, part of that compromise was to set aside a large amount of that tax money to actually combat drug addiction and those sorts of things. So one of, the thing that concerns me is that money that was compromised, is that actually going to do what it was supposed to do, or is it the county taxpayers that are footing the bill for it?
And I don't know the answer to that, I'm only seeing from the court side, what we're doing,
Right.
I mean, is it a
So I guess
resolution?
more from our side, I mean, if we see the county taxpayers, we're seeing more and more of our tax money having to go towards that, when the money at the state level is actually supposed to be used for it, then, we need to get Maine Municipal and some of these others on actually appropriating that money the way it was
Could that be
designed.
the reason? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
50 to 60%.
And it's not just our county. If you talk to other counties, other probate courts, it's the same
Yep.
thing.
Statewide, yeah.
And every so often, somebody puts a bill in front of the legislature to let the state courts take over probate court, and then they have a look at how much it would cost to take on all these guardianship cases. They say, no thanks, we'll just let the counties keep on doing it, so it hasn't really changed.
Not at all.
But fortunately, on this year, we're staying flat.
This year. Any further questions or concerns?
Any more judicial conferences or trainings for the judge this year?
We do have a little bit of money in the budget for a conference for the judge. I'm not sure where that is. or-
Not Las Vegas.
I don't think it's Las Vegas. He's there right now, but that's his own personal excursion. I don't know where the conference is.
He asked for that a couple of years ago.
I think the conference is in Dubai.
Dubai.
No.
Yeah.
You buy a plane ticket for $1,500? Can you buy a ticket to Dubai for $1,500?
You know the right people.
Oh, that's it.
You know the right shots or.
Well, last year he went somewhere, right? Was that a larger item?
It was
Last year.
Florida, and I think it was the total around 3,000 between travel and meals and hotel.
Are you gonna tell us again how much money you made your first year?
Yeah. Walking uphill both ways into the wind. Carrying 5-gallon cans of kerosene.
Look at taxpayers.
But certainly, I mean, if you want.
I guess it is true that I never went on one of those junkets during my 17 years as the program chef, so maybe it's just envy, although
Nice job.
I don't know that Las Vegas.
I don't think it's Las Vegas, but, but I really don't know where it is, and I'm not sure what kind of conferences there are there. I don't hear much about it. I think that if you want to talk to him, maybe the next meeting, you can have a discussion with him.
There you go.
Thank you.
Three Musketeers is not an entertainment, is that?
Good?
Sounds like
Good.
the jury's getting out.
Any other questions, concerns, conferences? No? I think we're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to get Dean's?
No, we already done. I think they got a break. Thank you.
So should we break for lunch and reconvene at 1 for the sheriff? They told me to contact them, let them know.
Good idea.
Contact who?
Give them an hour to get their stuff together.
Yeah.
All right.
So you're on your own for lunch, or are you choosing something to get for lunch? Or what's your, it's a priority for me, so.
Me too. What are we gonna do for lunch?
We had to reboot the Zoom, so I don't know, I just texted John, so. He says, okay.
Is he coming back from his walk on the beach?
Yeah, right.
In the 85-degree weather?
Nice. He'll probably be all sweaty and sunburned.
Yeah, so bad.
Well, if we're all ready, we can continue. There's John right there.
There he is.
Right on schedule.
So my page is open to courts, but we can skip ahead to,
You can probably go to SO admin,
yeah,
page 17.
yeah. So admin.
So if you're looking at page 17 and 18 and a little bit of 19, that's the admin portion of the sheriff's budget. And pretty straightforward. We have some minor wage adjustments and then some cost savings. The overall impact of the budget is, that particular budget is down 2.75%.
There's some here from Jackman. What's the Jackman outpost? Why is it down? Is it because we've finished our repairs?
Well, yes, part of it's that. I think last year's budget we had with the roof, was it the doors? The doors.
So I'd like to just go back to admin for just a second.
Sure.
Under that is, we just found this out under the software license agreement, which is 4360. We'd like to add $1,500 to that, and that's for the software for the drone. Though that was paid for by the grant, the majority of that was paid for by the grant. The price increase from the time that we applied for the grant and to the time that we actually got the drone was increase in the software package. So that-
$1,500?
That increase is $1,523.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, what line is that?
That is, excuse me, that's under 5430, under professional and technical services, and it's line 4360.
It's a license agreement. Cost. Jeez.
60, yeah. Only 179.
It's on page 18.
18.
Um, 4360, it is on page 18.
Yeah, sorry.
There's already a $3,851 change increase in that budget line. And where did that come from?
So Emily is 3,000. We had to pay
That's our accreditation, Emily. Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program.
Under license agreement?
Yes. That's the acronym for that. Really, what that says is that once we got that accreditation, our agency followed best practices for Maine law enforcement.
Well, we've had that though for a couple of years.
We didn't pay that much last year. I don't remember. I don't know if I have the
Well,
amount.
No, we didn't. That's why I wondered why it jumped up. $3,900.
Is Emily a annual thing or a triennial, every 3 years?
Yeah, I think it's $3,000 now, and I don't know why it was less last year. Kristen could tell us, I don't remember why it
And
was
Kristen
less.
is out of state. I don't have that answer for you, but I will get you that answer. So,
Okay, we'll be done. We know that. But the grant's not gonna cover the $1,500 for the drone?
so that would give that line of 4360, right? Thanks. I'll get you that answer.
Okay, thanks.
So I have this here. It says-
Yeah, so I'm looking at an email right now dated February 5th, 2024. It's from Derigo, the maintenance contract. It says the $3,000 SOP standard operating procedure maintenance contract with Derigo is an annual fee now because we are no longer in the development phase. So that's why there wasn't much last year. We did get accredited, and now there's a $3,000 fee to keep us updated on all the latest policies and procedure, best practice policies in the state. Does that answer your question?
I guess not happily, but it's not your fault.
I'm assuming there's a number of license agreements that get lumped into this category.
Yes.
And so the largest increase was due to your accreditation.
Right.
And then what you had just explained when I wasn't paying attention earlier had something to do with the
Soft-
license agreement for the drone?
Yes, no, it's a software package. It's not the licensing, it's the software for us to, for the applications that we use the drone for. And that will be for accident reconstruction and those type of things.
But the drone itself was paid for by...
The drone itself was paid for through a grant. I think the grant, was 20 grand? Yeah, it was around 20 grand that was awarded to us to get the drone.
And you just found out about the 1523 because...
What's that?
And the 1523 occurred because...
Well, so, once we had met with Patrick and Patrick and the county administrator, the software company came forward and said, oh yeah, by the way, there's an increase in the software package that we provide with this drone. And, instead of trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, I asked Karen to put it in and we bring it up now in a budgetary meeting.
Okay, we'll make a note of that, thank you. Under revenues, right now, it should be, where would the forfeitures show up?
Forfeitures wouldn't show up in the operating budget, it's a separate fund. They show up under...
I didn't think it would show up in this particular budget, but it should be in a line somewhere.
The corporates don't show up in our regular operating budget. We have a separate account that they go into.
Back in the day, that was all kept within the sheriff's office. We now do it through the budgetary, not through the budgetary process, but the county does have a account that Patrick keeps, so for full transparency of what's in that.
Oh, yeah, no,
And what was spent.
I know that, but it's still a revenue source, so I was just wondering how much that was there.
Right now, that's the federal drug account, right?
No. No, it's a regular drug account.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. That balance is currently 21,000.
Do you anticipate any more income through that stream based on how forfeitures occur?
So there's one in the works now. Right, thank you. One of us has to have a brain, so, we do anticipate, a forfeiture of, around $6,000, though I've just authorized $4,000 of that to be spent, with these marijuana, seizures. You have to keep samples. I had a conversation with the county administrator about this, but you have to keep samples for court, and the smell is
Yes.
is very strong, and I'm getting complaints of people in the workplace having headaches. So I just authorized to use $4,000 to buy a Connex box to keep it outside, away from the workforce. But outside of that, you can't really anticipate what you're going to get for revenue on that, because you don't know what you're going to find during one of the searches.
Right.
I know that these last couple of searches, I have seized a couple of vehicles, but I will, again, that has to play out in the courts. That's not, the county can't claim that until all that work has been done in the court.
Oh, no, and I know, we see that, it will come to the DA.
You're right, exactly.
To us. So,
Exactly.
I
All that work
understand.
has been done in the court.
Oh, no, and I know, we see that.
Trying to help John here, so.
Okay.
Sorry, still can't hear us?
He's having trouble hearing.
Huh. Okay.
I think it's on his end, it's ours.
Let's see, yeah,
He had it working before,
Yeah, it worked
messed with
before.
it, should've knocked on a break.
All right.
And to be perfectly candid, how these operations are being run, there's not usually, we won't be anticipating large cash seizures.
No, and I didn't know if the property seizures would be,
So the state can't take your property, only after you don't pay your taxes for a couple of years. They can do a tax lien. The state can take assets, hence why I'm trying to take a couple of the vehicles.
Yeah.
The feds can take your house, so we've been, and I'm not saying that is or is not going to happen, but we have been in communications with the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Tim, didn't we go through that, towns have jurisdiction over the state and federal, right?
Well, the federal can seize property regardless. If the state, if the local tax lien has matured, then the municipality has the first right on that property.
Is there any sort of precedent in the past of the feds just saying, look, we don't want to deal with this, here you go?
If I don't have that answer for you, again, I'm limited on what I can say, but there have been several conversations, again, about that moving forward.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Guess we're all set there. Well, I guess for the commissioners, before we go on, do we want to accept the 15 increase, $1,500 increase in the license line? Or do you want to just kind of keep that out for now?
Patrick's got traffic.
Put 1,500, yeah.
Correct. Yeah, and I'm fine with it. I mean, without doing that, I think the piece of machinery becomes useless.
Yeah.
It's not like you have a lot of choice.
Yeah. Okay, good. I just wanted to clarify that with everybody. Thank you. So, we're all set there. So we can move on to detective.
The significant difference in the detective budget this year is simply attributed to wage and benefits from moving to 4.5 to 5. Because they funded half a detective last year, and now that position's been filled, and so there's 5 detectives in the budget. That's about a 16, overall 16%.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Can you hear us, John?
So there's no extra personnel, it's just that position finally coming to fruition because of the year.
Was hired halfway through the year.
Right, yeah.
Is now fully encumbered in the budget.
Yeah. Right.
And if I had unlimited money, I could use 6 more and keep them busy, but I think keep them here.
That's why I was hoping forfeitures might help.
Can you hear John?
Not even gonna scratch on the scratch there.
No, I know.
I can now hear.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Anything in the detective?
They skipped it.
I know, I just don't.
No, no.
Good?
I'm good with it, yeah.
Okay. Patrol?
It's a wash.
So the patrol budget has an overall increase to just over 5.5%. But the wages and benefits do include the addition of 1 more patrol officer. Part of that cost is offset by an adjustment to call time. But that's, in a nutshell, that's where you end up with that 5.5%. But just to be clear, the wages and benefits reflect an extra patrol day.
What do we have for vacancies right now?
We have 3 vacancies right now. Though I've got someone at the job fair right now. I've had no secret, my plan is to have 2 deputies on each side of the county and one deputy for Madison, and we have 2 deputies in the UT. Our calls for service went up because of the state police reorganization. I had anticipated about 1,500 calls for service. It looks like our call service is almost double that. So you have close to, we're pushing close to 18,000 calls for service.
So if we added this, that would make us a 4 vacancy position.
Yeah, we have some people, yeah, it would, have some, we're working with a couple right now that are potential candidates to hire. Come another 2 months, I hope to have that down to maybe one opening. If these come to fruition, they work out. There's quite a process to get someone hired on.
Speaking of that, what do you have in the pipeline right now, getting ready to, or in the academy?
I only have one in the academy right now. This fall, we're gonna be hurting for 18 weeks because I am going to have 4, potentially 5 going into the academy at the same time.
So that would reflect 5 hires that you've made in this budget.
Right.
Because all the hires that you've made are not academy trained.
Sheriff, how long is the academy now?
It's 18 weeks.
And how long was it, like 10 years ago, more or less?
I think,
They lengthened it?
It's been 18 weeks since 2000.
2001, it's been 18 weeks.
I sort of wonder why we have a hard time hiring people. Is it because we don't pay them enough money, or is it because of the length of the academy, being away from home, all the rigmarole, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Is it sort of frustrated by this as we continue to be?
So I think this has many different levels. You've hit on one part of it. We've had, and I've experienced this, and I guess it's not an anomaly to Somerset County, but so our academy is an 18-week overnight paramilitary stress type academy. And this newer generation doesn't like the idea of working of that type of environment for learning. So we've had we've had 2. I was hoped to have 2 or 3 people in this academy right now, but 2 kind of came up with a plausible explanation why they couldn't go. But they do. But if you don't go within a year, you can no longer hold your certificate. So they're being forced to go this time. So you have that. You have and to be painfully candid, I believe our legislature has made it harder for law enforcement in this state. And I also think that we have a generation that not crazy about working nights, holidays, weekends, getting spit at.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of a lot of things. Nationally, they've made it not a profession that you're pining to get into. So I think all of these things have made it very, very difficult for law enforcement to attract people. If you look at the studies nationwide, in some of our larger cities, they have 800 openings. Our largest department in the state has right now 43 openings. It's a very shallow pool that we're all fighting for, to find that individual that wants to do this job.
And is there some sort of national waiver wire or something where you can find disaffected people from other parts of New England that want to live in Maine and continue their careers, or is it just sort of word of mouth that people just show up and are looking for jobs?
Well, if you go on our academy, on the academy website, it will show you all the agencies in Maine that are looking for new officers. So I mean, someone from out of state that is looking to come to Maine, they can find an application or agencies that have open positions. But again, it's and some of it is the volume of work that we do, and we didn't do a good job looking at our calls for service and the human
assets we needed to fill those positions. We had a guy that we hired, we worked very hard, got him academy waived. He worked for us one day on his own, and he was from out of state, and his words to us as he left, he said, "I love you guys, but you guys are crazy." He said, I don't understand how you can even keep up with the work that you're being asked to do. So he wasn't, I have right now I have an applicant from, that we're exploring right now is from Florida, because he says it's just too busy in Florida. So if you want to come from out of state and come to Maine, I mean, it's not hard to find an agency that has an open position.
Yeah.
Do those types of applicants, would they need to go to the academy as well?
So like the guy that worked for me for one day, there is a process, but you can, if they've been accredited in another state, they still have to be accredited in this state, and there is a process, and there are many steps that you have to do to complete that process, but it can be done. Like our UT guy right now, he came to us from Oklahoma. He does not have to go to the academy, but he still had to do like a traffic investigation course, and there was 2 or 3 courses he had to take for them to accept, be accredited in the state of Maine.
So Sheriff, just for clarification, the current budget has money for 16 patrol deputies, and you're proposing to make that 7. Is that?
No, current budget has the 7.
The budget we're in right now.
Oh, yes.
The budget we're physically in right now has 16, and you're proposing 7. And your intention is to come back next year and propose number 8.
Yes.
So that you want a budget for 18 patrol deputies. I'm not saying anything positive or negative, I just want to make sure everybody's on the same.
No, I've been very clear about that.
As far as the numbers, I haven't been here that long, so I haven't been paying attention.
Me either.
So,
paying attention.
I was just on the budget committee for 8 years, that didn't mean I paid attention. So, 18, and then you have filled the 2 UT positions?
Yeah,
And those are outside the 18?
so that's a different budget, the UT budget. So now you gotta remember, from Skowhegan to Jackman is 72 miles, right? And then you have to go to the border, which is another 20 miles. So we work with the UT, and we have a guy right now that's going through our FTO process. And because we are accredited, we have a formal FTO process, which is a field training officers, and we hope to have him out by, I believe, I was told April 1st, so I will at that point have, but he still has to go to the academy. He's one of the guys I have to send to the academy, but we'll have, if you're looking at a holistic clock of 100%, I mean, we'll have 66% of the UT covered. We'll still have the 33 1/3 that we have to send people from here up.
So I guess the point I was making is, of the 16 positions that we have funded right now, you filled 13 of them.
Right.
But 5 of those are not academy trained. So I guess the understanding is when you are trying to fill these positions, if you get somebody that's academy trained, that's certainly a lot faster than the track that you have to put somebody through that's not academy trained.
No, absolutely, it does expedite it.
So the pipeline, so you're still stressed for your coverage right now because you only have a handful of deputies that are fully trained and ready to respond.
That is correct.
So, I guess one of the reasons I'm in favor of you adding these positions is so that you have the structure in the budget, knowing that it's going to take a timeline to get these things, people in place.
That is a very true statement, and I look at it in a bifurcated sort of way. I look at it as what is the actual need? What do I need to do this job correctly? And then I look at it as what you just articulated was the retention, the hiring and retention of that's a separate, that, though they are joined together, they're separate issues.
One of the things that stood out to me in the municipal resources study that was done back in 2013 is they refer to national, and I guess this is 10 years ago, but they refer to national studies that say, rule of thumb, 1 patrol deputy per 1,000 people. So if you were to add up the sheriff's patrol deputies, Pittsfield, Skowhegan, Fairfield, that we're still not to 50 patrol deputies in Somerset County. So there's always going to be that shortfall.
Right, and you're right, so we're not a rich county, and so it is a balancing act between what we need and how we impact local taxpayers, and so, and what we can get by with. And the plan that I have, I think, is the plan that we can get by with, is that you can have 2 deputies on each side of the county, so you have 2 deputies, what we call the east side of the county, 2 deputies on the west side of the county, that they can, because a lot of these calls now are 2-people calls, and we have a supervisor. We are obligated to put a deputy in Madison, and we'll have 2/3 of our time in the UT taken care of.
When does the Comcast grant run out?
It doesn't run out. It actually starts when we put that deputy in that position.
Do you have one there now?
What's that?
Do you have one in the Comcast?
Not as of right now, no.
Okay.
If this goes in the budget with the extra officer, is there also the accommodations for him? It's going to be outfitted, and then where are the Tauruses?
Where are the what?
The cars, the new cars that we ordered.
Not Tauruses.
No, not Tauruses, Tahoes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supposedly, we ordered, as you all know, we have 7 that we ordered right away. I've been told that the first 4 will be here in April.
Wow.
So that would be next month. Now, the best laid plans of mice and men, we'll see if that happens. I'm hoping that this supply chain and that's got to straighten out at some point.
November.
What?
November.
Well, there's an argument for that.
Yeah, right.
Read my. I see that.
So the question about the cruisers will be under the next section of the fleet.
Yeah, I know, it's by fabricating here. Okay, so do we want to move on? We're good with patrol, you want to keep the officer?
Oh, I have one more question. Madison asked for a quote on SRO officers, I believe.
So at our last meeting, the chair, Vinziano, asked me about that. I told him I'd be open to that conversation. The town manager hasn't reached out to me as of yet. if we are able to find someone, I mean, that would be, I look at that as pass-through.
Right. I just wanted special qualifications for that.
So the standard now is, so you have to have, so you cannot work over 1,040 hours if you're a full-time police officer. Now, the 1,040 hours gives you reserve status. Once you've gone through the phase 1, phase 2, the FTO process. So there are more than 1,040 hours in a school year. So you do have to have, ultimately you have to have a full-time certified law enforcement officer to do that job. And then the academy now has accreditation, though it's not in law. The academy does have an accreditation process for a SRO, and if we were to embrace that endeavor, I would want that officer to be certified through the academy.
So if I could speak to that, a couple things. I don't anticipate Madison asking for an SRO this year.
Okay.
However, in your packet on page 28, when you get there, in Skowhegan School District, there is the built-in for an SRO through the county that is being paid for as a pass-through by the school district of Skowhegan. So that's in here for you to get an idea of the costs associated with that. And it's kind of a model that may work, but it's again, it's all about the person.
So that is a very unique situation.
Right.
That SRO went through an academy in Massachusetts and is a national SRO. If that SRO officer continues to take on that responsibility, I am going to have to work to get a waiver from the academy, and at that point, I will send him to Maine's certification for an SRO.
He's doing well there, he's well liked.
So I'm hearing nothing but good right now.
I can attest to that.
What's that?
Give us that.
Yeah, his responsibility is Canaan and Norwich Rock.
Yeah.
And I have been told that both principals are ecstatic to be able to have an SRO in their building. And they share, I left it up to the principals to, that you have this many hours, you work it out amongst yourselves on what best works for your district, on how you share that deputy.
No, he seems to be a really good fit. Really works well with everybody there.
That's what I'm hearing thus far, yeah.
Yeah. So, do we want to keep the projected officer in? There's where we're down a couple already, and
I think Tim is suggesting that we keep it in, that provides the framework, so that at a future date, we can fill that with less of a issue, and it sounds like a good idea to me. I don't think it makes a big difference one way or the other. We're not going to be filling it. So I would support keeping it in.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind, as opposed to the shock and awe that we experienced the last budget cycle with, the sort of the, probably not the right way of saying it, but the sort of the kicking the can down the road. to keep the increases down, and all of a sudden you're whacked all at once. Where this is, in the shape that it's in right now, it's a little over 3%, which is, it's 3% too much, but it's not 9 or 10 or 15%. Where it could end up being in the future if we don't do something now.
And I don't think we can overlook the fact that we've hired 5 in the last 12 months. So what's that, why are we convinced we won't hire 5 in the next 12 months?
Right. Yeah, and my perspective on this is, with county government is, the number one duty is to protect the people, and that would be the sheriff's department, and obviously the legal system as well. That needs to be the priority.
I do think that the reason we, in part, there's many reasons, but in part, the last contract negotiation was a plus on attracting people. Again, that this generation, it is a priority for them.
How long is boot camp these days in the military?
Depends on which branch.
Well, take the Marines,
Air Force is 6 weeks.
When you detect some 23-year-old and say, we're going to send you to the police academy for half a year virtually in a paramilitary environment, it's kind of a turnoff. And it's for a discussion for the legislature, Joe, or something, but sometimes I think we tend to I hesitate to say it, but sometimes I show the drive toward further accreditation and certification and kind of imposes a lot of barriers. And we want to revisit how we actually train young officers, and maybe we emphasize more field training and experience and less sitting in the academy for 18 months, we might end up with more people interested. Who knows?
Yeah, well, you're sounding a lot like my legislative testimony over the last 8 years.
And I know a little off subject, but there is some truth to that. Again, it's how our society has evolved. The law is a lot more, back in the day, there was, I believe, some credence or credibility to having that type of environment. The evolution is, could you limit that paramilitary time, because there is an importance of developing a team environment, but it has turned more towards you could accomplish a lot of. There's a lot of constitutional, lot of law issues that really need to be. It's much more complicated than it was in 1974 when I joined.
How long was your academy, Dale?
My first academy was, I think it was like 8 weeks. But back then you could arrest everybody for anything. There wasn't
legal system sorted out.
There wasn't, and you could do an OUI report on the back of a little, on a traffic ticket. Slurry eyes, slurred speech, breathed, you're under arrest. And that was good. Can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, something I'll look at it sooner or later. Maybe the changes that can be made.
But I do agree with that. That really needs, you would get a lot of pushback, but I do believe that it might be time to revisit how we train our police.
Yeah, particularly statewide, we can't find enough people that want to be police officers. I mean, that would be a response to a crisis. But anyway, let's move on.
So we're good with patrol. Okay. Fleet maintenance.
So you'll see a 31% increase in this. If you're looking at the budget sheet, the majority of that comes with the transfer out. The proposed is $721,000. And then if you go to your capital sheet, the first page of your capital sheet, you'll see what makes up that $721,000 request. Help me with the math, Patrick. This includes 7 patrol vehicles?
7.
So.
6 replacements and 1 new.
So that would be six replacements and 1 new for the new patrol deputy. That's good. So that's what makes up that line in your capital sheet that says $405,000. The line below it that says $221,480 is what's needed to equip each of those new patrol vehicles. And they're all proposed to be Tahoes?
Yes, we did the experiment with the Explorers, and the platform just doesn't hold up to a rural type setting.
Have you looked into the Dodge?
I haven't.
One of the feedbacks I've gotten is that with the Explorers, they go through brakes and rotors very, very fast. They're always in the shop for that. And the Tahoes seem to have the same issue.
So we do the brakes, the pads, the rotors, this truck that we just picked up for the UT, and they're huge, and they are expensive to replace, and it appears that we do replace them sooner than we would what you would on a regular vehicle.
I thought you addressed that 2 years ago, getting heavy-duty ones.
Yeah, right, so the reason we started going to police package is the vehicles are becoming too smart, right? So when we were buying just the Z71 off-road package, that when your brakes on that package, you can buy at the lot, when your brakes heat up to a certain, they automatically shut down to cool the brakes off, and you can't have that in a police vehicle.
So I'm trying to remember, is part of the, what do we got, 6 or 7 vehicles here, is part of that situation because we haven't been able to get our hands on some? Or is it just the natural turnover?
That 7 is the natural turnover. We hope to get 3 years out of these vehicles. They average, because our county is so large, 4,000 square miles, they typically do about 30 to 35,000 miles a year on these cars.
Yeah, I remember the conversation, I just didn't know exactly.
So I'm on the same page with everybody. The Tahoes that are on order right now, and hopefully we'll see a few of them in April, once those are all purchased and equipped, that will exhaust all the money that the sheriff has raised for vehicles. And that's what this new $700,000 represents, is to give him the whole next year to find this next wave
the next cycle.
And I hopes I'll put us back on the schedule.
That was a question for the budget committee last year.
Right.
Yeah, our vehicle schedule has been horrible. We really need to beef that up. That's another reason I'm asking you to look into the Dodge. I don't have any thing for Chrysler or Ford or GM. I'm just concerned about getting a vehicle that would fit and not have issues.
I personally moved away from the pickup. Now the UTs, I do have the pickup just because it is just so much rougher terrain. I moved away from the pickups in part because they carry a lot of equipment now, and you have to ask yourself, how much space do you lose in that bed? And we've tried putting tonneau covers over them, we've tried inserts. The dirt gets up in there, and all that equipment just gets nasty. And so it depreciates that vehicle. So that's in part why I moved away from trucks, I saw it as wasted space.
Yeah, and they don't do anything, or Dodge doesn't do anything in a Durango-type vehicle of that nature. I don't believe.
I don't know that personally. I mean, I could look.
I don't know that either. I knew that the trucks were their big police package.
My other thought is that if we can retrofit the agency with the Tahoes, we then can save not much, but a little bit of money on moving equipment from one vehicle to the next. Because every time you change a vehicle, none of that equipment, which is now very costly, fits into these vehicles. So that's an all-new expense that has to be encumbered.
Right, yeah.
So I think about that when I'm looking at vehicles. What can I use out of these older vehicles, the vehicles that I'm turning in, to put into the new vehicle? Because the stuff is so costly now.
Yeah. Questions, concerns? No. I think we're good to go for equipment. Civil? Anything in civil?
Civil is
That's a pass-through, isn't it?
almost a pass-through. And Patrick and I were talking earlier, we've done some research on document serving, and so we may make some adjustments in that to maybe bring the overall budget down to 5,000. The number of document serves has gone down, but the amount per document has gone up, so.
Yeah, the legislature changed that, there hadn't been an adjustment in the fee schedule for like over 30 years. They made that adjustment. I think Rebecca sent you all why our service is presently down, just because of the collection. There weren't people to go after those, the collection part of it. We now have someone, so we anticipate that those collections should start going back up.
Good with that? Madison? Another pass-through.
It is. Some adjustments were made to that Madison budget as far as calculating the total cost of a patrol deputy. At my request, the sheriff made some adjustments on overtime. So the amounts that the county will take in from Madison will go down about $60,000 from last year. So that means if you're not taking that amount in from Madison, it has to be made up for elsewhere in the budgets. But for all the Madison taxpayers in the room, that means the police budget in Madison will be a little less than it was last year.
And Mike too.
Any questions, concerns, comments? Sheriff UT.
This is another pass-through.
Right.
The big change in this budget is we're utilizing 150,000 because, as you know, we've had issues filling the UT deputies, so those funds were being built up in their own fund balance. We're utilizing 150,000 of that this year to offset the current budget, and that would leave us with roughly 150,000 for the next years to slowly move that back up. Maybe next year we do 75,000 and so on, but we utilize 150,000 this year to offset that. To, I guess, ease the burden on the UT side of our budget.
Right. Anything else? Questions? Good. MDEA, 1463.
So that's another pass-through.
And just, right now, we don't have anybody assigned to MDEA.
Okay.
Once I get back up to full staffing again, I'll revisit that. I felt it's more important to take care of our house calls before we start. Not that I don't appreciate, and not that there isn't a need, but you have to prioritize, and taking care of the house calls is not more important, but it's important that we're able to respond. So right now, we have no one in MDEA.
Okay.
How long has it been, Sheriff, since you've had one?
So the last MDE agent I had was Detective Ronnie Blodgett. He's now assigned to the District Attorney's Office, and that created that position open, and so he's been with the DA's office, what, 6 months? 6 or 7 months. So it's been open about that long.
You know, if you had raving reviews of his performance from Megan Maloney earlier today, apparently he's been doing a good job over there. Would you concur?
Oh, absolutely. Detective Blodgett's energetic, smart guy, and I had no doubt that the District Attorney's Office would be extremely happy with his performance.
That's great to hear.
And you know, he's in the office on a regular basis, so the other detectives and the other patrol deputies, there's that building of relationships that I think is also very important.
Yeah. Do you borrow him at all for weekend duty, or?
He does take some overtime shifts from time to time, so it does help us out on patrol. And using his words, it also keeps him up to date with all the new laws and that we're tasked to enforce, and just feeling what patrol feels every day.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Good. Cops Fest? It's another pass-through. We haven't got anybody yet, or?
We haven't, and again, I'm in hopes that within the next few months, we will fill that position.
So there's the SRO.
So this position has already started in this fiscal year.
Right, so I had a conversation with Superintendent Moody, And he felt he had, he was able to find funds to fund it the remaining of this year. And he wanted, at the direction of the school board, he was to fill it, if he could, fill it this year. The stars all lined up, and he started the position on February 26th.
So this is a situation where you just invoice the school district?
Yeah, so they're paying for his actual time working.
Sounds like a good fit.
Well, right now, it's a good deal for them, and it satisfies what they need to have happen. And at the end of the day, I think it does make our schools safer.
And it's a good fit for the kids to be able to meet.
Yeah, so these are elementary age school, these aren't middle school or high schoolers. Though maybe on opening day, he'll wear a uniform, but I think that the best fit right now for that age group are khakis and polo shirts and not a high-profile presence, more of relationship building. I think that's important.
Oh, when I was there and met him, he was in uniform and full regalia.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
But I think that would be an anomaly.
It may have been.
Yeah, we talked from time to time. I told them that I felt that it was important that they know that you are a sheriff's deputy. But having said that, I would hope that I would, again, the majority of the time, I wanted you in khakis and polo shirt.
No, that's fine. I was there for the town voting on Monday, and that would have brought in people who were not normally there, so.
Right.
It was well that he was well attired.
Yeah, and that is an occasion. And Norwich Rock is Norwich Rock is a unique situation. They use their school for voting.
Yes.
And so during the school day, we have historically provided a deputy to the district to keep the children and the adults separated.
John's good company.
Okay. So if we're all set with there's corrections.
Give up your seat.
Good afternoon.
So there's so many different ways to approach the corrections, but the overall increase to the budget is less than 5%. The biggest impact to the taxpayer is the adjustment to the tax cap. And so what is being proposed, if you look on page 30, about 2/3 of the way down the revenues, 515, the tax cap. In '23, it was 5.9. This current budget is 6.4 million. The proposed budget is 6.9 million, or about a 7.29% increase to the taxpayer. That's really one of the most significant impacts of this entire budget, is the adjustment to that tax cap. And it's taken 8 years for Patrick to explain this to me. But this keeps you from falling off an undesignated fund balance cliff, because you're always utilizing fund balance to balance the jail budget. And because we have not filled all of our hiring positions, we've not utilized the $2.1 million we budgeted in fund balance.
It looks like we'll actually break even. Break even means we didn't have to use the 2.2.
Yeah.
And a lot of, probably, let's say, 2/3, a little over half of that is due to labor, and about 500,000 to 700,000 is related to increased revenue. When it comes to the feds, increase the fed rate, and also taking in Knoxcott and Oxford County.
Oxford County, yep.
So from a budget committee perspective, we can talk about the good things like charging more for housing federal inmates and helping out these other counties and so forth, but that doesn't change the impact to the taxpayer. Because if you raise that tax cap, that's what the taxpayer pays. So regardless, you could take in 100 more federal prisoners, it wouldn't change what the taxpayer pays in the way this jail budget is structured. So that's taken me a while to grasp and to understand.
I think it's gonna take me a lot longer too. That's the big goal. So, can you give me the short version, Patrick? How's that work?
Short version is the total jail budget is 11.7 million, and you're only raising 6.9 of it through taxation. There's a $5 million gap there. That's the short version.
And you could fill part of that $5 million gap with housing federal prisoners and other revenues, but it always leaves you a couple $1 million short. And so in the event that you are fully staffed, it's the same situation as the sheriff's office. In the event that you are fully staffed, you will eat up that fund balance. And so moving more of the cost of the jail to the taxpayer is something that is a necessary evil over time. And the state allows you 4% each year unless you've had a significant increase to your tax levy. Which is why Patrick and I recommended 7% this year. Once we're past this and you're ready to digest more spreadsheets, Patrick has the forecast for the next couple of years of what that looks like as an impact on the taxpayer.
That sounds like a future workshop for Patrick.
But so I just wanted to get that out so that, you know, we're understanding what the impact to the taxpayer really is. It's simply the.
Are we meeting the full impact of the tax cap?
We're actually exceeding the 4%.
We're exceeding the 4%, and right now, if I look at the LV1 calculation, we could go up to, we're almost at max, 7.31. We're at what, 7.29? So yeah, we're basically there.
Yeah, so you've maxed out, okay.
Let me ask a silly hypothetical, just to see if this helps me out at all. Let's say we're able to house prisoners from the International Court of Justice at The Hague and for a gross revenue of $15 million a year. I mean, if we had that sort of revenue from boarding, which far exceeded the cost of running the jail, could we use that money to run the jail, or do we still have to tax the county a certain percentage no matter what? So that's kind of what you're saying.
I think now you're going back to perhaps how this jail came to be built as it was. That it was going to be all paid for by housing outsiders. And a lot has changed at the state level so that that's not possible. So, you know, the whole gyrations of the Board of Corrections and things that happened during different administrations, and there's always this tug of war going on between the state and the counties in regards to jail funding. But, you know, the fact of the matter is what we have is the second largest jail in the state and probably one of the most modern jails in the state, and all the costs that are associated with that. And if you were able to staff fully, you could perhaps take on boarding more prisoners, but the costs associated with that would eat up a lot of the extra revenue.
Yeah, you would have to increase revenue by 1.7 million, net increase. So I don't think with the number of beds, based on the current Fed rate, we could ever get there to offset.
I think I won't take any more time on this, I'll come by for a private session. Straight, yeah, I have a hard time understanding how this works, so.
Do you have a contact at The Hague?
No, not recently. I hear it's a nice place to go.
Visit a couple prisoners. Old friends.
So the actual expenses are on page 31, 32, on to page 33. Your impact has to do with wages and so forth. I hope everybody got my email that on Wednesday, next Wednesday, the 13th at 10 a.m., we're meeting with corrections and the union. So that will begin. 10
Yeah,
a.m.
next Wednesday, yeah.
Next Wednesday, yeah.
I better look, I think I put Thursday down.
Exciting.
You have less of a headache if you did schedule it for Thursday.
No, it is Wednesday.
I think we've tried to trim as many things as we could when it comes to utilities, but just like everything else, 80% of this budget is your wages and benefits. Well, I should say, in this case, it's about 60 or 70%. So. And if I am reading the agenda correctly, we have 3 potential new hires, ex-corrections officers.
Yes, and we have several more interviews scheduled through the end of the week, so. I asked a question this morning, if all goes well with the remaining interviews, how many potential full-time employees might we have by the end of the week? And I was told as many as 7. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah. And similar to what we talked about with the sheriff, there's a process once these people are hired.
There is, it isn't as comprehensive as the patrol size, but there is a process. We don't polygraph our corrections officers or give them psychological, which is mandated on the law enforcement side. And that's probably another $1,000 per officer by the time you get those 2 things done.
We do a fairly comprehensive background check, pre-employment urine drug screen, and also comprehensive physical exam and work for position appropriateness.
Good here.
And we'll just draw your attention to capital. Last line on page 33, last section, transfer out is requested $632,000, and that's on your capital improvement sheet as well. This has to do with replacing equipment, some repairs to the building, but probably the most significant is building up the fleet of vehicles that the jail has. And we went back and forth on a couple of these capital items when Patrick and I met with everyone. And I wanted to make sure that we were utilizing money that we had in the bank before we were raising more money. And so we've kind of scaled some of that down. But I just draw your attention to the $210 for vehicles. And they have zero money in the bank for vehicles right now. So this is kind of a priority to get that process started. And I appreciate what Major Wright did by identifying the fleet as 2 vans, 2 Tahoes, 1 admin, and 2 work trucks. So,
Well, the issue's kind of been, it's been several years since we've replaced any of our vehicles in our fleet. And it's simply a matter of time starting to catch up to us. So we're trying to, be as frugal as we can, but also as deliberative as we can in eventually, over the next couple of years, replacing our fleet. We have 2 vehicles on the road right now that we utilize for transport that have well over 160,000 miles on them. They're tired, they're having mechanical issues, we're spending a lot in repairs, and frankly, we don't always know when they leave the yard if they're gonna make it.
I thought we had ordered a new transport.
Yeah, so I spoke with the sheriff about replacing one in our new budget. We're gonna try a Tahoe to see if that meets our needs, and then we'd be looking to replace another vehicle in the following fiscal year. What that vehicle will be, it'll be dependent upon whether the Tahoe works for us, whether we want to explore buying another one or look at something else.
We did, so we have 4 vans, and we did just purchase a van.
Yeah.
You all gave authorization to do that.
Right.
And we're still waiting for the radio equipment.
We had to order an enclosure to equip the van with seating, and it's
Oh, that's right.
still supply chain issues resulting of COVID, but
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the word from Yankee Communications that it's in, and once it's in, we're gonna send it down, and they're gonna put everything in, and we'll get it on the road immediately. It's all lettered, it's
Yeah.
sitting there, it's just getting it outfitted for use.
No, I remember we came back with the seat issue.
Yeah, it's essentially a shell.
Yeah.
Once it's up and running, it's gonna be terrific, it's just, we bought the vehicle completely as a shell from height, and we've gotta get the equipment to install in it.
Perpetual issue.
so there's quite a contrast between those 2 new transport vans you have and the 2 old Dodge Caravans that you have.
Right. So what we're trying to do, so those bigger vans are used for the longer transports. The discussion internally is a different platform for coming down to court, and that type of application, taking people to the hospital, to their other appointments that we're mandated to do.
We did do an analysis internally before I went to the sheriff with my recommendation, and roughly 75% of our transports are local runs, meaning court, doctor's offices, and involve 1 to 2 inmates. So that was why I had recommended trying the Tahoe, because it's a little more fuel efficient than the transit vans, and, smaller capacity, but, with most of our transports being 1 to 2 inmates, it should fulfill our needs still, but also cost us a little bit less to operate and to buy fuel for and whatnot.
Further questions? Looks like we're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have to tell you, gentlemen, that this budget process, the county administrator and I don't always agree on anything. This has been, we both have the same goal, and it's been, no budget process is pleasant, but it's been refreshing working with your county administrator doing this.
I've learned so much from this process. When you sit through the jail and the sheriff's office and you do the jail first, the sheriff will give up Mike stuff like crazy. When you get to the sheriff's budget, it's like every one of those nickels is as big as a manhole cover.
Exactly.
So
that's why I have the major.
So if I'm following all this what we've done so far today is we've actually beefed up a little bit of the IT budget. And so we're probably sitting at about a 4% overall increase at this point.
3.9.
3.9. And that's, it's probably 3.98 if you stretch that.
No, we'll round down.
It's in the budget though.
Should be changed.
So, one of the things that Patrick mentioned at the beginning is, we have not applied any fund balance to this, and there's $3 million worth of fund balance in the regular budget that could be applied. I don't know if the board wanted to make any recommendations or essentially leave that up to the budget committee to see what they wanted to do with that. The other thing is originally we had scheduled $1 million that was left over from ARPA to offset this budget. We took that out as well, and we're only applying $300,000 out of that. So there's additional ARPA funds that by law need to be spent by 2026 that you could push out to future budgets, or you could choose to do something else, but you have to allocate it by the end of this year.
I strongly suggest that we go through the 5-year plan before you actually make that decision. To give.
No, yeah, right. I'm just saying that there's money available, and Patrick has some ideas of how to best spread that money out so that you're not presenting the taxpayers with a 10%, 2%, 10%, 2% over the years.
Workshop 2 for Patrick.
Right. So, yeah, so are you, what I would like to see, I guess, is in a future meeting prior to meeting with the budget committee on this are some real life options.
Yeah.
All right, you want me to hand these out?
He's got them now. It all depends on what your appetite is. So.
Yeah, oh, I wasn't saying today.
That's right, we have to discuss it today.
You're looking for a 30-minute break.
Just something to look at.
Something to look at,
You know.
He likes wasting
You
paper.
can,
Thank you.
He does like wasting it.
Hey.
oh, these again, I see these, yeah.
So that forfeiture budget, that pays Patrick's name. That's why we don't show that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Sheriff, it's the same thing. The budget is difficult. We're all on the same page. We're gonna do what's best for the county and for the taxpayers, and that's what we're doing. Trying to find out what we can work, how we can work the best.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you have your spectacles on,
As I do.
on the last page, and you kind of cut to the
big page.
You cut to FY '25, and you look all the way down in the right-hand corner.
Of course, I haven't changed that number.
Right.
It should be 3.9.
So that's the impact to the taxpayer is an increase of 3.9%. Or say $600,000 essentially. If we stretch out the use of ARPA and undesignated fund balance, and you figure increases to the budget, and the big thing is the increase to the jail cap, then you're seeing a net impact to the taxpayers of 4% in '26, 5% in '27, 6% in '28. But again, the further out you get, the more flexibility there becomes, depending on what your staffing is, how much of that fund balance you actually use.
Right. The whole idea is try to keep it under 5%. 5 or under. And as Tim said, as we get to the outer years, we may have more savings each year that we can use to help push this off. But it's getting over that hurdle of the jail. You got like a $2 million hurdle you got to absorb somehow. And it's trying to minimize the impact to the taxpayers by utilizing these fund balances to try to smooth the ramp.
Right, so the 6.6 and the 12%, I mean, that's just based on exactly what we know today. And then I'm thinking you have plugged into that, you know, the natural inflation or cost of living, those sorts of things built into that.
We also included, like, if you look at the law enforcement, that stays at 11.8 because of that additional position, so we try to build that in. If you look at the communication budget, we know that next year they're getting another $2, so we built that in. The only issue with the outer years of this is we don't know what's gonna happen with all the union negotiations. So I plugged 2.5% in there, but chances are it's gonna be higher.
Right, yeah, we have no crystal, I mean, we don't know that in, 2028, some big manufacturing plant, another Scott Paper moves in and starts picking up a bigger chunk of the tax base, right, so. So when you did this, say, 3 or 4 years ago, what did this year look like as compared to what we're actually talking about?
When I did it last year, my first look, and what changed this year in the sense that you need to look at the assumptions behind the jail. When I looked at it last year, if you assumed that the jail budget was the budget, we was going to have double digits, which is close to almost 10% this year, another 13% next year, and another 14% after that. The big change in the assumptions is, you see this sheet that has the red numbers on it? To be able to do the 4%, the assumption is 1.3 million of the jail budget will not happen. In the sense of either through not filling the positions or whatever. This brings it closer to where the actual expenses are being trending. So if the actual expenses keep trending like they are, being roughly 1 million or more favorable, the forecast will work at 4%. But if the jail becomes fully staffed and we're up to the 11 million, you can blow this forecast out of the water.
And Patrick and I talked about this because I always argued that we should base this on actuals rather than the budget. And so that's why he created this second spreadsheet. But clearly, you are trying to create a budget that will fully staff your jail. If you weren't, then you'd scrap that 1 million right off the bat. But if you're trying to fully staff it, then when that happens, then you'd have to come back and relook at all these forecasts again. So will what the county taxpayer is paying for the jail now, will that increase enough to offset that cost when the jail is fully staffed? And kind of that's what you're trying to shoot for.
And last year, we only looked at it at maybe 500,000 would be less. So there was a point in time, which I think either this year or next year, you're going to have to actually go back to the legislatures because we couldn't stay within the 4% to have them actually increase our cap. And that's what we will have to do if we don't see that savings going forward. But this is the glasses half full. We're going to see the savings, so we won't have any issues.
I did a little.
And like Sip said, things are gonna change in November.
So the research that I did on all the county jails indicated that Somerset County taxpayers pay about 57% of the jail budget. Most every county, the taxpayer pays about 70 to 80% of the jail budget. So while we do have an expensive jail, we're not pushing all of that.
And what's the mitigating factor there? Is it the federal prisoners and that sort of stuff? Is it?
It's the size and scope of our jail, and that's really, only Cumberland has a larger jail than we do.
Well, I mean, the difference between them paying 70 or 80%, we're paying
is
50 to 60.
That $2 million gap we got.
Right, most of the other.
Because we're understaffed, basically because we're understaffed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't want to rush to the point where the taxpayer's paying 70 or 80% of the jail.
Right.
But you do have to move along with inflation.
Right.
Of that.
So how bad is so if you actually had every bed filled, and not necessarily, because my understanding is the federal prisoners, we actually get more money than, Oxford County or something like that. Well, let's say they weren't federal prisoners.
How are you?
Is, the money that comes in there as compared to the staff, is it break even or not as good?
When you talk to Mr. Glass Half Empty. Realistically, with inflation and whatnot, it costs us between, my estimate's $160 per day for inmate. Patrick's is more like 200. So let's meet in the middle, call it 180. Right now, we're only getting 107.
Right.
So it's almost half. I mean, it's going to cost twice as much as well.
Thank you.
And there's this unwritten agreement between sheriffs that they won't charge more than $85.
Right.
So Penobscot, Oxford, we do 85.
Right. So even the federal prisoners, overall, based on the two of you figuring this out, even federal prisoners are costing us money.
That's right, they are.
Well, they're not at the present time, because you really have to look at the variable cost. Even though it costs $200 per person, you have to look at whatever the variable cost is with the break even. The break even really isn't at 180 or 160, it's probably closer to 100. So they still contribute a little bit. Right. And as long as you keep it under 160 inmates total, then we don't have to open up.
You're not opening up another pond,
And throwing all that more resources. So we got, the whole thing is get as close as you can to that 160.
Right.
But the next time you take
Well, that's the thing, that's the part of it, 10 or 15 people that you need to open the pod, but it's only, it's only 25% full.
Commissioner?
So you have probably just as much, you probably require just as much staff.
We have guests on COP that are scheduled to be
We
here.
have other people that were.
Yeah, that would be great.
Because right now, like I said, we can, based on the current staff package, we could go up to 160.
If you want to start.
I think we're sitting at roughly 135, so we got another 25 we can do without.
And that would actually be helpful.
That's the second workshop.
Well, the funny thing is, mine doesn't show that on my agenda. I have a short, updated.
It doesn't show that.
Pushing your weight around again, huh?
Yeah, it didn't show this.
That's mine, those are my notes.
Yeah, well, I didn't have that.
Oh, if you were proposing that we adjourn,
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, we're out of here.
You have some things to sign.
Oh, we signed those after we adjourned, generally.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, we can start that at 3, but we can do some other things ahead of time.
Yeah.
So,
It's kind of tough right at the top of page.
I see, it says up here, County Commissioner's agenda, that says 2,
Yeah, it's tough real close to the top, so.
as opposed to 1, yeah,
Bring
okay.
us on.
So,
Are you Sandy?
I am Sandra.
Hi Sandy, I'm Tim Curtis.
Oh, yes.
You know my pop.
so,
Who doesn't?
We've been so lucky to have an affiliated with all these.
do you need a quick break, sir?
So good. I don't know, what the recommendations.
I don't think so.
Okay, good, I want to forge right ahead.
Looking at, let's get her done.
Exactly. We got 20 minutes, we can get out of here 20 minutes earlier.
You're singing my song.
Oh, no,
What are we doing now?
we're starting.
We started at 9.
I know, we started at 9, we're keeping
We
on.
get going, we can,
There are no public hearings,
There you go.
so we're out of the workshop, we're into our regular budget, our regular,
Posting of the,
no, because they're not here until 3.
So, yeah, Dave's coming, my dad's coming, and folks from CNP and Sandy. Is Charlie coming?
You said he was, I don't know if he's
Folks
gonna
from
make it
Soul,
enough.
from the Forks, because there's an issue
Said he was
with
going to.
Moxie Falls Road
So,
being posted, so.
And we are going to start that at 3, so we'll go down through these, and when we're done...
I have a question. Now the budget part's over, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Which is, when is the big budget committee meeting up at the jail?
So they have to the budget committee has to schedule that. So I would say you may want to hold off on sending the budget to the budget committee if you want to do any touch-ups on the 20th. I don't know if there's any, if you're happy with what you did today, then you can send that budget to the budget committee. If you wanted to go over some things again on the 20th, then you could do it afterwards. But once you send that budget to the budget committee, Patrick and I float out dates, and the budget committee sets those meetings. My suspicion it will be the first or second week of April.
Yeah, I mean,
So what we planning on, actually talking a little bit more about, you know, those options we have.
Yep.
So I would be more comfortable after that. Maybe we set that up for the next meeting, just throw those options out there.
there's too many numbers thrown out at once.
It's a lot.
Without lining them up.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I just thought we would have another meeting on this budget before we send it to the
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
And if we weren't...
And it allows Seekins to be here too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that case, to your question, John, I would still imagine probably mid-April is when the budget committee will meet, so.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so we're going to come back into order with the public hearings. There are no public hearings. We do have a public comment time to allow members of the public to comment or reserve time to speak on upcoming agenda items, but I'm also going, in this respect, I'll revisit that again because we do have our workshop to discuss road postings in the unorganized territories, and there might be some people here who will want to speak to that who aren't here now. And as we pick that up, is there any new agenda items, commissioners only?
No.
Nothing, okay. Finance reporting, you want to go over the budget with us again? Administrator's report?
Yeah, there's really no change in the...
So in your packets, you've got just a brief administrative report from me. I did testify down at the Appropriations Committee in regards to jail funding, and it seems that, you know, a little bit of extra money is coming to the county in the supplemental budget. It'll probably all pass out to be a couple $100,000 per county, so nothing hugely significant.
Where does that money go?
It'll go right toward, well, that money, if it comes in, will go into the general fund.
Okay.
So, the,
Not general fund, jail.
I'm sorry, thank you, the jail. No, yeah, the jail fund, yeah. Like I mentioned, the Teamsters are gonna be here next Wednesday at 10 a.m. I'm under the assumption, well, I know that they're gonna talk about the corrections contract. I'm under the assumption that they will also talk about the clerical contract, but nothing has been set in stone in that regard. And I think we have the final pieces for our TIF application. We should get that over to DECD by the end of this week.
There are no other department heads here at this moment. Unfinished business, resolution 2453 to approve the reallocation of $350,000 from capital account, it's the dark fiber, to capital account HB server equipment.
So we had the opportunity to talk with Pavel a little bit about the whole dark fiber, and like I had said during the budget portion, it really comes down to what you want to do with that $870,000 that's sitting there. Pavel and Patrick and I recommend that we move $350,000 so that Pavel can start the work on the server update now. And that $350,000 was not included in his capital request. So it's either we move this money so that they can do that, or we go back to the budget and raise another $350,000 in capital, because these servers need to be replaced every 5 years, and they were put in 20.
What about the insurance?
Pardon me?
Insurance for the dark fiber?
Well, if you move 350, you leave 500,000 in there. We're confident that we can probably come up with some sort of plan for less than that, so.
Prior to the discussion today, a couple weeks ago when you first presented this, was the idea to take that 300 some odd, move it over to IT and then backfill with something in the future, or was it just to move it over?
I think my understanding is by moving this 350, you are, as a board, saying, we're abandoning the idea of building our own dark fiber. And you would utilize that remaining $500 for what the alternative might be for redundancy. And that's the new word now. So dark fiber is now redundancy. And so
I think that was my word.
It was, we were giving you credit, don't worry.
Well, is there a
It's in the minutes, John.
Huh?
It's in the minutes, John. Redundancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I look at the risk of being further redundant. Is there an actual motion on the floor to move the 350,000? Because if there isn't, I would make such a motion now.
And I would second that motion, John.
I had just asked for that motion to be made. So you are making the first, Joel's the second, we can begin our discussion.
So that we're not redundant.
So, welcome to the Department of Redundancy Department. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of moving the money? Okay, thank you. It's good. Even John agrees.
It was his motion, I hope so.
I know, he's not even supposed to be able to do that, because he's in Florida. Resolution 2454 to approve the Somerset County loan agreement with the Somerset Economic Development Corporation.
So this was tabled at the last meeting.
And we need a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now. Now, Tim, now.
So we essentially removed the sentence that was objectionable about forgivable loans and that effect, so.
Yeah.
If they don't pay it, they still owe it.
Yeah.
We're just not gonna go after it.
If they default.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Technically.
Okay, so, any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
He's opposed.
One opposed.
John's opposed.
Okay, no, I didn't.
Oh,
I was just,
He was just.
it's just,
I'm in favor.
He's in Florida.
it's the time lag.
Yeah,
Time lapse.
yeah.
Time lag.
Must not be fiber between here and there.
No, it's not.
He's undone.
New business, resolution 2455, to approve the hire of Michael Smith as deputy EMA director.
So,
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion?
yeah, has there been a dollar figure put with that?
So there is a dollar figure in the budget for that, and
It's
I believe it is somewhere in the neighborhood of $42 an hour. And when he was the director of both, his pay was $50+ per hour.
Yeah.
So that, now creating that new position for director, that will be the next step as we get through the budget committee, is to try to hire somebody to fill that role as director. And I didn't know if Mike wanted to be here for this discussion, but we had very good discussions with him and Tammy in regards to this role for him. I don't think he's anticipating it to be a long-term situation for him, because he is sort of retired. And we also interviewed another candidate, which proved to be very interesting. So we did get a couple candidates when we put out the application for deputy director. So.
And is that is that based on 40 hours a week?
It is.
Okay. Okay.
Like he mentioned today,
Full-time, 2 full-time positions.
yeah, like he-
Full-time retired guy.
Double dipping.
Like he mentioned today, every other county has that same structure, where they have at least 2 full-time people in EMA. So, just by the nature of the district.
The other thing about that is the new hire will be able to learn a lot from Mike.
Exactly.
We'll bring him right up to speed very quickly. So is there any further discussion on approving Mike Smith as the new Deputy EMA Director? All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we're good. Resolution 2456 to approve the hire of Scott Walker, Linda Fortin, and Tony Stewart as corrections officers at the Somerset County Jail.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Let's go. Capital Reserve expenditures, to approve the expenditure of capital funds for a communications telephone system of $3,600.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Can you kind of explain this? The 3600 phone?
Yeah, it's related to what was in the budget, that reduction in the budget. They have a new phone recording system. This will allow them to actually monitor the time that people are on the calls and things like that. They don't have that right now.
Oh, okay.
It's more of like a management tool.
Yeah.
Any further discussion or questions? All in favor? Let's go. Unorganized territory warrants, resolution 2458 to approve the treasurer's warrant for general fund, Somerset County Jail, unorganized territory, TIF tax revenue and TIF community benefit for a total of $586,806.56.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor? Okay, it's a go. Miscellaneous discussion items, commissioners only?
I have nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. And I have nothing. So, with that in mind, I think looks like a 10-minute
Recess?
recess. Thank you. A redundant recess for everybody. We will come back at 3 and sign stuff while we're at it. Okay.
Would you like have a smooth?
You want some?
Yeah.
It's long, it's 13, 14 hours.
Yeah.
What were you gonna do?
Miss it a little.
Yeah.
I contacted my wife, they don't do anything.
No, they don't.
It's a primary, and really there wasn't a lot of competition on either side, so turnout was fairly low, which is helpful sometimes.
Can I let you know? Think about it. I will.
No, November.
What's that?
Jim, right?
Jim, no,
When you're busy.
I'm Jim. Okay. Pleased to meet you.
Bill Curtis's son.
Yeah, Bill's my dad. Okay.
No one ever say that.
That's when
All right, I'm gonna go sign up for the rest of the day, so enjoy the rest of the evening.
John, you're gonna come sign these?
Graveling the road.
You're gonna miss a discussion on the road posting on Moxie Gore from sign off.
We never put a heavy equipment truck. Yeah.
Oh, the early bird special.
Oh, I signed that. I said.
I signed in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Both.
Well, you're not that vote for this.
Yeah, I didn't sign in and against you.
Okay, well, I'm good, guys, see ya.
Thank you for coming, good to see you.
Okay.
That's right, Mike.
Let me in, no one from administration will answer the phone.
Yeah, and she luckily had somebody I know who buy me and I was going to stay back.
When I left Farmington, she was like,
You already signed these, huh?
no.
They were behind my house last night.
I'm not That's when you go, you just write the biggest yell you can think of. Which we were saying.
Sir. All right, thank you so much. You're the man.
Tim does. Yeah.
Cal, we got a bunch today.
Everything's new. So go back and play that.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore, they're only for John was on. I think he signed up. He's still quite a bit of pain.
Yeah, was it knee? Yeah. And he's the one I talked to if he was here.
Who are we lacking? The road commissioner? Who? We lacking the road commissioner?
Yeah, at this point we are.
Really? That's awesome.
I'm just trying to figure out, I can't remember the name of the company on the island that's building the...
Oh, that's,
This one? I believe everybody that's here.
Oh, we need three of them.
Thought it was a minute.
Yes. I did not know. I spoke to him yesterday.
You can take them. I don't know where
Robert is missing on this one.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'm the only one who's ever helped him out.
Oh, I just heard the door. That might be. Oh, I don't know. Maybe someone let him in.
Going home?
What's up, Jim? You're not
No.
putting-
No?
No.
I'm just gonna...
Okay. I figured it might have the taxes for me. It actually helped me. It's okay.
So we're gonna wait for Tim, for your father?
I hope he's coming. That was the expectation.
Well, we could wait a few minutes. I can't remember the name of the company that's on the island.
What's that?
I can't remember the name of the company on the island that we're loaning the money to.
Oh, the shed.
My wife used to work.
Closer to the front, closer to the front.
I've been up there all day.
He had his own table.
Yeah.
The stuff.
An elbow.
I felt special.
Yeah.
It's some funny name, I know, but...
You could spread out.
It was nice.
You know what I mean?
High Tide Capital. New Bill Capital is the company that bought the building. And that's
Yeah.
High Tide, I knew it was high something. I think, but is it High Tide?
It is High Tide.
Which is ironic because of the high tide.
They got their own name.
So, is Dean Cray's abatement here.
Dean is having a baby, that's a conflict of interest.
Nothing new though, so nothing on Bill.
Couldn't miss a chance to go to Alan, every time I'm down. Yeah, that was his fault.
Do you want these to have?
Oh, really?
Actually, I'm not sure I called that name.
all my questions.
What I used to, right next to this building, this direction, was
His
Oh,
is that right?
He was on my apartment.
At the end.
And he got old enough to
More people.
retire. And I
They got mine.
So this is
Yes, he is. Yeah, so,
This is what he provided me.
he's a really good guy. His dad is too, his father's incredibly interesting, from England and his story coming over here. Very talented musician, music teacher, just, I mean, one of those guys you can just sit down, you know, and never get bored. Big reader. When I go, he goes, I'd be like, what do you read now? Oh, okay, you gotta check it out. You know, I'm not that much of a reader, but he is pretty voracious.
I read basically, I read a lot of fiction, but it's.
Look at that, the index. 30, 30,
Thank you.
Right.
So while you were writing, I was sharing with them, this is a summary of Dean Crane's abatement of stress meeting. So, how mine was in 2 weeks.
Dean Cray?
He's the one that's bringing the abatement. That's been denied in Palmyra. So that gives you about a couple weeks to read that over.
Oh, is this for everybody? I get to keep this?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. He bragged how much his house was worth when he was building it.
Yeah.
should have stayed in the old Grange home.
Yeah.
His dad is
Okay. Yeah.
I'll call Mom.
I'll send him up. He's having a nap.
Hey, Phil, Dave here, just checking to see if you're gonna make the meeting. Late, stop that.
Okay, well, this.
Miss voicemail.
Where's it home?
Guess that.
Can we start?
I think we can give you the gist of what.
He'll figure it out. Okay. Thank everybody for coming. We're going to discuss road posting in the unorganized territory. Dave, would you like to kick it off, please?
Yeah, we're waiting on Phil, he's running a little behind, I guess. What we have the situation, and we got some folks from CMP here that will address you also. I think the road in question now is the Lake Moxie Road. I don't think they're gonna be working on the Concord roads at this point. Lake Moxie Road is one they've been using all winter. It's the road that they access the underground passageway, the tunnel they bore under the Kennebec, so they've had a lot of equipment going in and out. Road has taken a beating this spring or this winter. I mean, it's spring now, but it's been spring all winter, I think. So the road's in bad shape. We posted it a little bit early until we could have this meeting and then decide what the commissioners decide. There's a proposal from CMP about repairs, I believe. So we did post it because we're having a warm, rainy spell, so it's been posted for about a week now. And now CMP is here, and I'll let them come forward and explain, whoever wants to do the talking for you gentlemen.
Sure.
Be legit.
Come up here or?
I'll let you have that speech, you know.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jim Wright, been with Central Maine Power Company for quite a few years. And I'm on the NECEC project as the DC construction manager. And a lot of what he was talking about is what we're looking at up in the Forks. So what we got going on is we're not looking to get into the drill site at all. We've suspended operations there. So the heavy equipment that is stranded in there, we're leaving it in there. We're not moving it on the road, it's staying. So what we are looking for is to use the Lake Moxie Road to access Troutdale.
and this would be pulling equipment. So when I say pulling equipment, it's not your big, heavy tractor trailers hauling 130 to 160,000 pounds. It's gonna be bucket trucks and triaxles, and a triaxle crane, which is used with the bucket truck. So those are gonna be probably your two heaviest vehicles, around 60,000 pounds. The only other truck that would come in is, which we've staged most of it, is a flatbed tractor trailer which had reels of wire on it. Yes. We're bringing 2 reels of wire in at a time, and that, the reels, let me just look so I can have some accuracy here on the weight of those reels. They're about 9,000 feet, so they're about 18,000 pounds on a reel, and there'd be 2 reels on there. So, talking, call it 40,000 pounds coming in. That's the main equipment coming in, and it's for pulling operations. We've got the drilling rigs in there, we've got the pole setting stuff in there, and we're traveling dead water right now to do a lot of the work. But we've got to bring some of the pulling equipment, not the majority of it, but some of it, up the Lake Moxie Road. It's not going to get the heavy construction traffic of the dump trucks, the low beds with excavators and all that. That work's all folded up. We're not doing that anymore. So we're looking at that road to keep our wire stringing through the season going. We're going to try to access as much as we can from Deadwater. We've worked with Weyerhaeuser to have a plan to use that road and shut ourselves out of the west side of Route 201 on their property and out of some of the Capitol Road, so we can give those roads a break. So we've moved operations into a smaller area. The only other place we need to get into is in Pleasant Ridge, about 1 mile use of the Pleasant Ridge Road up to where the power line crosses. Right now, we have scheduled for the first 2 weeks of April an outage, and it's the only outage that ISO would allow that I applied for over a year ago, because it restricts every piece of generation in this area, and it's a one-shot deal. So we've moved the wire pulling equipment in there already. We would just have to go in there with a smaller truck, fuel truck for that, because it's got a big diesel on it. And so we just need that, use of that. We don't need to get into Concord at all. I think originally someone talked to Jackson Pond. No, don't need that, don't need Fletcher Mountain. It's just really those 2 roads that we're looking at.
In the Lake Moxie, we're really looking for approval this year and then also next year as well, whereas in Concord Township, Pleasant Ridge Road, it would just be this one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, some of the stuff we talked with Phil about in the meeting, where we're looking at 2 years, and totally understand that, you know, okay, if damage is done to the road, you don't just patch here, patch there, the way the road was done to bring it back. Correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, we shim it, and you put a whole new coating of hot top on top of it to bring it back to where it was before. So the year in between this spring and next spring, if there was some damage, what I would like to offer up is, yeah, we shim those places, we fix them, but we don't do the final overcoat on it until we're out of there the second spring. Doesn't make much sense to put a nice hot top on and then ruin it. So, you know, in talking with him, we got an idea of some of the costs of what it would take to do that whole piece. If we ruin it from top to bottom, you know, we're looking at $1 million to $1.2 million to get a rough idea. But
For the final.
for the final,
Yeah.
for the final fix. So we know some of the risks involved.
So those loads of a couple reels at a time, how many loads would you predict that would be in total?
We've got 4 of the wire pulls up there, so we would need 2, 4, 6, we would need 8 more loads up there. And we're trying to bring...
8 loads would be 16 reels.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we're, you know, we'd leave those reels there. We're not looking to say, hey, we're done with them, truck them out, no. Trucking of stuff that's not needed can be done after the road's stabilized and everything. Because we've also got to keep up with the Troutdale Road. I mean, Troutdale and Deadwater, we're going to be constantly York raking that. We're going to be bringing loads of gravel on stuff, fixing that to keep it so we don't lose it. I was up there this morning, and very surprisingly, just the past week, a lot of frost has come out of that road where I was sinking in with one tire on the truck a foot. It wasn't sinking in anymore. It's stabilizing. It's not that muck. So our roads are stiffening up. I don't know how quick this is going to happen of a mud season. We had an indicator in dealing with Livermore that they're looking at pulling postings in a week. So I think things are happening in different areas faster than what we anticipated. It may not happen up here. You know, mud season's different every year.
So with those 8 loads, is that, you basically deliver reels as needed, or are you able to stockpile? And what I'm thinking is we're bound to have a couple of, cold days, cold evenings where it's below 30 degrees, that you could truck them in then.
Yeah, so we've been trying to do that, and we've already got 24 reels up on that road, all stockpiled, and they all came in from Deadwater. So we're trying to utilize the Deadwater, and none of those reels of wire came in from the north on the Lake Moxie Road. So if we can do that, I'm gonna try to use a Deadwater, because it's a lot easier to fix for us, A rake, a grader, and a little bit of gravel will fix it up a lot quicker than hot top kicking out in that road, so.
What's the time frame when we would bring those loads in?
I mean, if we can cool off next week, like I see it might happen, I think what you're alluding to, we could get some of that in on a night haul. The loaders are already in there with the forks to be able to unload them, and these big pull pads, which are wooden mat areas, half the size of a football field, we've been staging them on those, so they're already in place. The mats are already in place up there. So as far as pulling the mats out of there, after mud season, that's gonna be an after, when things are all stabilized and posting season is over.
Jim, just to give them a kind of an overview,
No,
having this access, right, that allows us to service how many structures in how much territory. Just to show its kind of importance, right, this section of, I mean, it's extremely substantial. What I've found, as you think about it, it's been very, very interesting since we last met in West Forks, in seeing the way stuff has transitioned with the weather. I mean, the construction schedule's been very, very fluid to the point where even as far south as Green now. So, because stuff is drying out at such different rates in different spots. So, being so fluid is really, really good, but we only have so much material we can move, i.e. those mats, and a lot of them are hence right here, which is really causing a massive problem. So we really need to finish this section and then being able to, it's sort of such a large area that it's kind of mind-boggling just to try to, when we're pulling the wire, I mean, we're using those trucks, we're using the helicopters. I mean, this is a extensive construction engineering that, just to give you kind of a perspective, Reader's Digest version of it. And the reason why we're asking is of the importance.
That is the other piece. So a lot of the components, the strings of insulators, each string weighs about 850 pounds. They're being brought in on one-ton vehicles to a single staging area. And the helicopter's delivering everything. It's doing all the heavy lifting, so you're not trucking bucket trucks everywhere, up and down the roads and minimizing that. Basically, from where we sit down in Moscow, right now on this first wire pull, all the way up to the Lake Moxie Road, we're looking at about 150 poles that would string wire for, and it would take in almost 30 miles of stringing wire. that'll take care of it. So we're, up there, we've staged everything at the radar site. So instead of running up and down the stream road to minimize with the town of Moscow, we're flying everything. Everything's done by pickup from point A to point B. So minimizing travel as much as we can. I don't want to see excess travel up there just because we finished with a component, a crate, a reel, that we're hauling it out of there just because we can. No. That's, minimize the travel is the key to us being able to use this.
Thank you, Jim.
Well, thank you for that.
Bill, did you want to make any comments?
Only if they want information.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your perspective on basically everything that we just heard, how, how comfortable you are with the plan, and if you're on board with the plan, or you're worried about the damage, or any of that other sort of thing.
Let me come up where I can hear you.
I appreciate what you people are going through there. The current concern that I have from a road standpoint, it couldn't be a worse time of year, and it couldn't be a worse year than where we are right now. With all the water that we've had, the groundwater, around the roads are saturated with water. The ditches are full of water, and there's water in the base of the road, and water is the road's worst enemy. As long as it's frozen, it's good. But what happens this time of year, if the sun shines on the hot top, and it thaws out that block of ice that's called frost underneath that hot top. And in the nighttime, or when the temperature gets down, it'll refreeze, and it'll thaw and refreeze. This is where your bumps come from. Every time that thaws and refreezes, ice lenses that build on top of each other. And that brings your road up. That's why you've got, everywhere you see a crack in the road, you probably have a bump. Because that's allowing water in there. That particular road, between the forks and the county, we have spent probably $1 million to $1.5 million over the last 12 or 15 years to get that up where it is now. There's only 3.5 inches of hot mix on that road. 4 inches of hot mix will hold about 23,000 pounds. That's kind of where that magic number comes from. As long as there is something stable under it. What happens is, once that thaws under the pavement and then doesn't refreeze, then you've got water laying on top of an ice cube, and you've got pavement on top of the water. So there's no structural strength for that pavement now. That's when the pressure gets on heavy loads, whatever it may be, will squeeze that down and crack the pavement. Pavement was not designed to flex. It's solid. They call it bituminous concrete. And it cements all of those stones and all of that aggregate together to give you a mix of asphalt that will carry a certain weight. The thicker the asphalt on the road, the more weight that road will carry, the asphalt will support more. We have 3.5 inches on there, 2 inches of base, and 1.5 inches of surface. So that's my concern. If you can figure out a way of getting in there and getting out of there and not doing damage, you won't know whether you've done any damage or not until this time next year when we go through this freeze-thaw cycle. Okay? It'll heal itself through the summer, and then all of a sudden you're going to feel bumps that weren't there last year, and next year you're going to feel bumps that weren't there this year, and so you end up with taking life out of the longevity of the road that we just finished a couple of years ago. And so there's 5 miles of road, Forks is 1 mile on each end, the county is 3 miles in the middle. I always said, I don't like being in the middle of things, gotta get pinched from both ends. That's what's happening. But in reality, that's the condition of the road right now. It appears that if this weather cycle continues in the cycle that it's in, we may come out of that sooner than May 15. When we post the road, we post it from March 1 to May 15. If we can come out of that earlier, we'll pull the posters. But what's going to happen is that frost has got to thaw out. The base of the road has to have, needs an opportunity to drain the water out of it into the ditches. When the ditches are full of water, there's no place for the water under the road to go. The purpose of the ditch is to collect the water that comes off the road, out of the road, and take it away from the road. So the drier we could keep the base of that road, and the base of that road, the sub-base, who knows what's underneath it. That was an old woods road a few years ago. And part of that road that comes out on the lake end of it, down there for 2.5 miles is what we spent a considerable amount of money on 2 or 3 years ago to get a base in there. So we reclaimed the pavement, we graded the road to proper slope, we added some fabric, and we added a foot of gravel and 3.5 inches of pavement. And we were going over mud. The worst section of that road is the flat, straight section that is through kind of a swampy area. So that's where we're at. All I can say to end it is that if you allow them to run, no matter what they do or when they do it, you're going to have problems are going to show up on that road in the future that you cannot identify right now. It's going to happen. We don't do it to shut you down. We don't do it to make it hard on anybody, but we do it because in our case, the Forks and the county's case, we spent taxpayers' money to put onto that road to get it where it is now. So I think we have an obligation, I have an obligation to protect that as long as I can. The life expectancy of that road, when we got done with it 2 or 3 years ago when we finished it, I lose track of time here, but the life expectancy before we'd have to go back and do what we call a shim and surface was anywhere from 12 to 15 years. 15 is pushing a little bit, 12 is more likely where we're going to be, just because nature's going to do its thing. Even if you don't drive anything over that road, it's going to be moving as it thaws, it's going to move, as it freezes, it's going to move. So we're going to have cracks. We sealed the cracks in the county's 3-foot section in the middle of that last summer. And I think we spent about $10,000 a mile to seal what cracks we had there.
35,000 on our section.
35,000.
35,000
for 3
half of the
miles.
cracks in the road with rubber.
Right.
And the Forks ends, it's got to be sealed.
We haven't done it yet.
They weren't in a position where they could be part of that last summer. Hopefully they are this summer, we'll pick up some more. So that's where we are from a road standpoint. Those red signs that go up on the posts always generate anxieties, but they're there for a reason, and they're public way and public pavement. So that's, I can't say yes or no, these are the guys who can say yes or no. Hauling at night, this time, we're about halfway through the first day of spring, a couple of weeks, so when the sun has come up, we've got more energy from the sun right now. You have warmer temperatures on the sun onto that pavement, so you're going to thaw more of that frost on a nice sunny day. And then we're not going to get, I don't think we'll get under 32 degrees the last 3 or 4 nights. And so it's not going to freeze. So you say, okay, haul at night. Well, at night, it still is thawed. And it's going to get softer until that frost finally thaws out. The water drains out of the road, the base settles down. You can tell it when the bumps settle down, good to go. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, just got a question, Phil. I'm a taxpayer in the Forks and in the county both, so I'm paying both those taxes to keep that road fixed.
We appreciate that.
But one of the things at the Forks meeting, which really, I think, caught our interest was when you throw out the wouldn't need to do the shimmin and resurface for 12 years. You had mentioned that if we were to get in there this year, right after our use, say next year, of shimming and surfacing, resets that 12-year clock. Does that still hold true?
It wouldn't set a 12-year clock, it would set about a 7 to 8 year.
8 year for the second.
You're gonna gain some strength. What you do,
Yeah.
the shim and surface, just quickly, it's, when you have bumps in the road and wheel tracks in the road, you shim those with hot mix asphalt, half-inch, a 3/8 stone. That makes your surface of the road back up to a proper contour and a smooth rock. And then you top that with about an inch and a half of surface, which is a half-inch stone, all hot mix asphalt. That gives you about 2 inches of, in some places more than that, other places less than that, of new asphalt. So you're adding new strength on top of sacrificed old strength. You never come back to that 12 years. You come back to a certain point. And each year, each cycle that goes by, you shorten up and shorten up and shorten up. We shimmed and surfaced a section of road up on the Long Falls Dam Road this past summer. And the cost of that was 400 and some thousand.
440,000. That's only because Pike was already doing the road below our section. So I would got what seemed like a good deal.
So we don't know what the price of asphalt's gonna be this summer. The liquid asphalt that goes into the hot mix is the most expensive part of the whole mixture. But I'm gonna say that we're gonna be $250,000, $275,000 to do a model road to shim and surface. And that's, I would, if we let them go, and I hate to say it that way, if we allow heavy trucks and heavy equipment on that road, it's going to do some damage this year. That's not going to show up until next year. They may even be back there next year and doing some work. So we're going to compromise the length of time that come back there and do some more work on that. But we're going to continue to fracture the base pavement that is there now. And you can't go back and re-cement that. The only way you can re-cement that or re-glue that is to grind it up, reclaim it, bring it all back to nothing, and then start from there and go on. So you're 12 years now, to get maybe 10 next time, maybe 8. I think we were, the Long Falls Dam Road, I think we were just about 12 years from the time we did that section of road up there. We had to go back last summer and do. And that was from heavy trucks. The northbound going up the Long Falls Dam Road up in the Dead River, empty trucks go up, heavy water trucks come down.
Oh, yeah.
Southbound lane was dropped from the center line to the shoulder on that particular road had dropped 8.5 inches. So the trucks were driving down the middle of the road to keep the water from going on. So that's I wish I could say, go ahead and go.
I just have a question. Right now, the road, to me, seems to be in pretty bad shape. I mean, it's this time of year, I know they get better when things dry out. I guess my question is, if use is allowed, how much worse can it get? You kind of answered that a little bit the last question, when you start to get into below where the shimming is, into the stuff down below, if that's compromised. Because I don't know enough to, I mean, it's bad right now. You drive up it, I've been putting bump signs up, and I'm just questioning, I mean, how much worse can it get? And I just don't know. And how much better is it gonna get? I know it'll get better, I mean, it's peak right now, is what I'm saying, from the December thaw and all the use during that time. It's in pretty bad shape, in my opinion, right now. But I am not a road expert by any stretch.
It's in bad shape now, and it's going to be in worse shape before it turns around. And you think of the road, the way the road lays, how much sun is going to get on a section of that road? The road runs east and west. Where the sun can get on it and get a 6 or 7 hour of daylight sun shining on that road, you will thaw out that frost quicker there than you will in a shady area. And you get into a shady area where the sun never gets on it, that'll stay frozen longer. But over time, as the temperature continues to rise and stay up there, above 32 degrees, then until all of that frost thaws out, this one is going to be soft and bumped. Right on the 201 end of Forks, and you come up that hill right now, you've got some bumps up there that'll kick you right out of that car. Okay? You're going to pick up, you're going to pick yourself out of the wheel wax. Okay? That's going to get worse. But that may very well heal itself quicker, just the way the road lays and the way the sunlight hits it. Okay? Come up a little further, you've got some soft dips that are there in the county part of it. Up around the S-turns there where the rocks are, that's beginning to show some significant deterioration. We knew full well it would. If we knew what was underneath that road down in the base, but we don't know. We just had to take it from the top and go down. It was an old dirt road at one time.
Didn't have an X-ray.
So it's going to get worse. How much worse? I can tell you that June. It's going to go quick. I mean, the temperature drop. When we met up in the Forks, I had made a comment then that I'd like to post it, but we'll hold off as long as we can. When I watched the weather and I looked ahead and saw what was coming, I was following DOT posting their roads to get up there and get that road, or call Sammy and say, we better post that thing right now. And DOT had made a decision before even I got to it. That's what happens, how quick it changed. And it may come out of it quicker, we don't know. We can always, once the road smooths out, it reasonably smooths out, and I can talk the folks into pulling the posters. You don't have anything invested in those posters. You can blame anybody, blame the folks.
I used to like you.
So, that's where you're at. So.
Well, thank you.
Bill, I don't think you were here when they first suggested a process. This year, they're talking about applying a shim this summer and try to correct that part of it, and then do a full pavement next year.
Yep, right.
So you may have to address, if you do, like we were talking, I think originally when we met up in Foxville, we talked about being there one season. So the way use is going into the next season down into the rest of the line on the other side of the drill site's on a second season. So between seasons, you would have to address deficiencies, shim them, and I said, of course, it wouldn't make sense to put a whole new coating of hot top on that. You need to go through the second season and then go a shim and the final season. Yeah.
And that would be the following summer, where you could actually assess it a little bit.
It'd be 2025.
But
Yes.
Right.
And I think, I guess just to be fair, if it ended up being 2025 and we're pulling drill equipment out of there that's already in there, I'd say try to work closely so we're not pulling any equipment out there on a new hot top road, even though it is a good season of, let's say, July, August.
Yeah.
Try to coordinate so we're not running anything. Yeah, we're gonna have every logging truck coming down through from the AFL property, the warehouser, I get it, we got no control over those. But we are gonna do our best to minimize, because I ride on those roads all the time and I don't like getting bounced out of the vehicle any more than the next person.
The risk of making giving one company an exception. Said, why can't I? The one thing about wood trucks, is constant, is we know pretty much how much they weigh. They'll come out of there, they've got a full load of tree length hardwood on there. You've got a 3-axle trailer, you've got a 2-axle or a 3-axle tractor, 2-axle. They will, if they go over the scales, it's sappy, and they're in excess of 110,000 pounds, SAPI makes a note of that. And the Maine Department of Transportation is informed of that, okay? So it wasn't until just a few years ago that these paper companies were asked by the Maine State Legislature to track these weights of vehicles that are coming out of there. So wood trucks come out of there, they're 110,000 pounds, okay? I don't know what you guys weigh, some of the machinery I saw out there probably 100,000 pounds myself.
Yeah, we would
But
be,
you're,
that equipment's already in place.
yeah.
And it came up from the dead water, and some, this winter did come up through the Lake Moxie Road. But we're not looking at getting any of that heavy equipment in there.
What's the max?
Another factor you have to keep in mind, that the more axles we have underneath that load, the less stress you put on a given point on the pavement. You can spread them out, you can carry a whole lot more and do not as much significant damage as you get equipment. A tri-axle dump truck in my classic example. You've got 3 axles under the body and the front steers. That tri-axle dump truck empty will weigh 32 to 35,000 pounds. So he's already overloaded when he drives in there. You fill it full of mud, and he's pretty near 100,000 pounds, but he's right here. Okay? And if you stood beside the road and watched the pavement move as these guys go by, you see it roll. And every time that roll, you fractured that joint, you created a crack, water gets into the crack, into the base of the road. I have to build a road, but I'm concerned about what'll happen. If we could buy some time.
What is the timeline on that? Where, I mean, you guys up against it right now, where you absolutely have to get stuff in there in the next week? Do we have a couple of weeks to the next meeting to see what the weather does and how the roads shape up, to get a little bit better read on it?
I mean, I think, knowing the way construction is progressing, what we got for equipment up in there, I think we got a 2-week buffer right now. After that 2-week buffer, we're laying crews off. Yeah. And having to bring everything to a halt.
And when you're talking crews, Jim, what are we talking for people?
Right now, we're at about, between our construction of line, we're at about 250 people. Our matting, we're at about another 200. And the other support that we have of local haulers that are helping us out and local companies, we probably get another 75.
So you're looking at 500 plus.
Yeah. And the underlying problem with that is these line workers, these construction people, are like anyone else. They're here because they want to make money. They're here to do a job. The minute we lay them off, they're going to take and punch their union ticket someplace else, and we're not going to get these people back, and it's going to prolong some of the uses of these roads. And I don't want that. I want to get in and out of those places as soon as possible, I don't want to linger on.
And the pros and cons of waiting is we could get a cold snap,
Yeah.
and that could help us.
Or we could warm up, get 60 degrees. I know it's,
Or the lifting comes sooner, as it's kind of.
Mother Nature, I know owns this one.
As long as it's below 32 degrees Fahrenheit and the road is solidly frozen. Solidly frozen. It's
perfectly legal.
Not being thawed
I don't think we're going to get solidly frozen.
Not looking good.
Has anything been solidly frozen all winter?
The more that thaws out underneath that pavement, the less likely you are getting solidly frozen road.
Yes.
I mean, talking to some of our construction guys who are on the dirt road side of things right now is they're in fixing some of the roads, and saying you're very lucky with an event that happened this winter. And that was when we warmed up with that big rainy spell, and that sucked a lot of frost out. So, as we all know, building frost, if you all of a sudden have a warm up and you suck it back out and then build, we haven't got the frost we've had in some years, and yes, we're hoping it comes out quicker. And that's what I'm seeing in some of the places that I'm traveling on the dirt roads. It's coming out.
Coming out a lot earlier than.
It's coming out quicker, yeah. Yeah, and I think the rain the other night now.
You will see a significant difference from day to day to day.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of frost underneath.
Right, yeah.
So that, and you'll see that, the road will wet up, that's the water coming up from the frost.
Yeah, yeah.
Paved roads, you got a roof on it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Attractive sort of done.
Yeah.
This can't be the only community that you're talking to. Do you have written agreements in place with other municipalities?
So, two of them we do have written agreements with, is Anson and the town of Moscow. I signed those with them 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
We also have agreements in Whitefield, down in that southern portion as well, and we're in conversations with Alma now, and with Windsor as well, so.
And we do have, what, 2 towns that, that we do are staying away from. One of them being Jay, and Jay basically said, we don't care who you are, if you're a relative of any of the selectmen, you don't get a buy on saying you're gonna be good for the roads, bonded, or anything like that. They just say no to everyone.
Yeah,
So-
and to explain that, they're just following DOT's kind of rule. I talked with their traffic engineer, he was great. And I tell you, Phil, you and him would get along really well, because I was able to talk intelligently to him because of your lecture at the West Fork, so I would like to thank Phil for the education on that. My education prior to this was being a Maine game warden, and I got to retire from that. So listening to this whole construction world's really, really interesting, and you know, Phil was able to shed light, and I was able to talk with DOT, and he was able to explain and hit the same exact points you were, which allowed us to also come in and throw out that. We know you're taking a chance on us as well. They can speak to all these high-level meetings he's experienced here over the last couple of weeks, and kind of shed some light on that. I mean, he's meeting with folks that are much higher in the company and throughout really the world than anything in the support that they've received to want to enter into these agreements.
Before you say something on that, let me just finish on Jay. The Jay and Starks are the two we don't, but we haven't got infrastructure in there built to the point that it is gonna hold us up. That being the 2 key things, so it's an easy walk away.
Yep.
We've got all the pole bases, we've got 3/4 of the structures stood in the air in the location that we're talking about, with some, everything already built. So these areas we tried negotiating, and we know it's easy to walk away from because we've got nothing sitting there. It's just, okay, we could work there if we were shut out, but we've got everything built in that area, and that's where the investment of all the construction is.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Jim? Can I ask you a question? So the December storm that we had set you guys back considerably?
It did, it set us back because we had to take our crews and turn them from a utility construction crew to all hands on deck repairing roads. So all those crews went on these roads, the paper roads and everything, and we invested repairs taken on by the project just over $1 million in 76 locations.
Just under 2 million.
Yeah. And that wasn't something we had planned on, but, you know, I'll give Troutdale Road, for instance, some of the people that live year-round in there and the camp owners, there was 6 or 7 spots that you couldn't get into their residence, and we were able to get equipment in there and turn this around and bring the roads back.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, yeah, we tried to help out that, and that did set us back by 3 weeks, Nick?
Yeah,
It did.
Yeah.
which is what we're talking right now. That's what we're talking.
Yeah. Our original intent, if everything went well and perfectly well, we know, was we were gonna be matching
Get
out
a
of
signed contract.
Moxie Road right at posting season.
Yes, they were construction.
And that was the goal.
Upfront money in escrow.
So does your agreement, I'm assuming there's some benchmarks in there that say, well, if it's this bad, we do this. So you're not giving carte blanche to say you're gonna shim and pave that whole 5 miles between the forks and the county? Or are you?
Well, so in terms of the discussions we had with the other towns, it's about returning the condition of that road back to its original condition prior to the usage of it. So before we hit any road with our vehicles, we're, GoProing, put a GoPro on the vehicle, do an assessment, identify all the problem areas, but also keeping an eye on who else is using those roads. Once we're done, the agreements that we have with the town is we're gonna return it back to that condition. But as Phil pointed out, there's something unique about how this road was built with the pavement on top. So this is different compared to what we agreed to, and we're sensitive to that. But we wanted to come here today and understand, what would make you feel comfortable in order to allow us to use this road through this season. And then, once I have that information, I can take that back. It is critical, the Kennebec River crossing on the West Fork side, the Moxie Gore side. From an overhead T-line construction perspective, it's one front, you move in, you move out. But we have these termination stations on either side of the river, you've got the horizontal directional drill. That's more time intensive. So we've been careful to plan the work to avoid this type of season, but as they pointed out, we've kind of been pushed into this window. So there's still a chance, next posted road season, we can be a bit more strategic to avoid these areas. But as Jim indicated, I think at this point, we're willing to do the shim, make it safe, make it passable, see what kind of condition it comes back in the summer, and then that following spring, summer, we would do the paving. Yeah. We understand how important the road is, gets a lot of use from a lot of people. And just to throw it out there, what we're talking about, it seems like the road would get some longevity out of it, if we were to follow that process. We're not returning it to its original condition, we would basically give it some additional years on its life once we're done, so.
So I guess my perspective on that would be, so as a residential contractor myself, I understand planning ahead, and you guys have, like you just said, you've got basically 2 weeks of work ahead of you between now and then. You'd like to plan ahead for what's gonna happen after that. I'm not sure if it's gonna make any difference because of Mother Nature, but myself personally, if we could revisit this in 2 weeks, as opposed to a hard no today, I would actually prefer revisit this in 2 weeks. If Phil says that road is a waterbed right now, we're not traveling on it, because, from what I understand, if the road is that soft, you're gonna do enough damage to that thing that just repaving it isn't gonna do the trick. That's what I would be most comfortable in, is seeing where we're at. We've got another meeting scheduled in 2 weeks. See what Mother Nature does to us between then and now. I know it's probably not best case scenario. I'd rather plan ahead between now and then, but that's what I would be comfortable with.
The 20th.
So, in separating, just to say, okay, table this for 2 weeks, understood. Makes a lot of sense, and we're talking where we need to be, not to rush things whatsoever. Can we separate right now the use 1 mile on Pleasant Ridge to be able to get to that, the rest of that equipment to pull that wire in on an outage that I planned with, basically what ISO New England, when I had to plead for this outage, I've taken all the transmission lines, half of them out of Wyman Hydro down. They said this is a once in a lifetime thing we're gonna allow you to have, and you miss this window, you can't have it back again. So, yeah.
What does that piece look like, Phil? As far as, can you address just that part that he's talking about?
Pleasant Ridge.
Yeah, just, all you need to do is string a wire on Pleasant Ridge.
The first one I have, we just need to get up there with the, it would
Pleasant
be,
Ridge, the Bluff Road, and the,
so we don't need Bluff Road, we don't need Fletcher Mountain,
Just
we don't
Ridge
need
Road.
Jackson Pond.
you're not gonna do that.
No, just focus on that one spot.
And where are you gonna travel on that road?
So,
Where?
with that road, we don't have any wire to put in there because the wire is staged at the hydro. So we have a pulling reel there of wire, it's a big drum. So the drum is set up in there already. So we would need to bring in a bucket truck and a truck, we call a crane truck, and it's just like a bucket truck, except the boom on it, we have bat wings on it. And it goes over the road where the distribution is, and it just holds any wire that could slack down while we're pulling from coming down.
What's the registered weight on that?
Registered on those are 40 to 5,000 pounds.
And that's gonna.
Those are the two biggest rigs that would be needed up there.
So on that, just trying to understand that, so basically you move that truck across that road one time.
One time.
Get off road, then you're on all your platforms.
Yeah, so we set it up.
What does a fuel oil truck weigh?
Fuel oil truck, full,
Yeah,
50 to 65.
so similar to a fuel oil truck,
Yeah.
but probably more axles.
That, the lay of that road where they're crossing on Pleasant Ridge Road has a significantly better base under it than Moxie Lake Road.
So do you feel comfortable with that?
I have no problem with that road.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good with it then. Phil says it's good, I'm good.
Is that road currently posted? Pleasant Ridge?
Yes.
Yep.
What's that?
I did see the postings up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that Pleasant Ridge Road is currently posted?
Yes. Yeah. As is Route 16 that crosses the bridge right there.
When you head south, yeah.
Yeah. DOT is posted going south down into Concord.
Yep.
Yeah, so in that situation, I mean, it'd be similar as a waiver for a fuel truck or a fire truck, fire tanker truck or something.
And what we've done so we don't have any problems is Dave's done a great job communicating to the state police and all the local communities, but if we have a signed letter by a community or by the county, every truck that needs to travel on that road has that copy laminated in their truck. If they don't go on. So at the bare minimum, those are the biggest trucks that are needed up there. Other than that, it's a 1-ton pickup truck that might have diesel on it, a diesel cell of 50 gallons that'll diesel up that pulling machine, and pickup trucks, guys coming and going. But when that truck goes up there to set up, he's not coming out of there until the job's done. And the job is due on that piece for the week of April 8th during the eclipse. So we're gonna get on for that full week and get right out of there. Now, we got 1 week to pull all that wire.
So are you looking for some sort of documentation today to say that's okay?
If we can get it, say, the next meeting, but I just wanted to see if we could separate it so that when we leave the next meeting on that one piece, kind of separating the two. And then we would have it in place for that wire pull in the first part of April.
I see those trucks set up on Route 2 right there in Moscow.
Yeah.
And they're just a big, long bucket truck, like you said, with arms out here.
Yeah.
Looks like they're ready to catch whoever falls down.
Pretty much,
Hopefully they could.
I hope they don't.
They don't have to, right?
And they are a three-axle truck.
Yeah.
And you said you can wait till the 20th before you get a definite yes or no on that one?
On Moxie.
On Pleasant Ridge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you can wait.
I mean, we wait for the letter till then. I mean, everything I've put through the ISO and laid this going for a year. They told me that was the only time I could have that.
Right.
They said, there is no good time. But you're restricting generation year-round, whether it's a windmill or a hydro. However, the minute I go beyond April, things change because FERC licensing on the dams say they have to release water for the rafters. And I would be screwing that up. So they take precedent over me.
That's my summer job.
Yeah.
No, great explanation.
Yeah, so there's some things, and then, of course, in the wintertime, the heating, dead winter, dead summer, you screw up the rafters, and people are cooling. Dead winter, your shoulder months are fall and into spring, and they didn't like the shoulder month of fall because rafting goes all the way into around the 15th of October. And by license, they still have to release after that for privates. Yeah, they have to maintain that. So that was some of the stuff, the reason I applied for it in an April timeframe. No. And said, why'd you do that? It's posted. That was the only window I had open.
So if I'm following this, at the meeting on the 20th, we should have consideration of permission to travel on Pleasant Ridge Road and consideration of an agreement for Moxie Lake Road.
Lake Moxie Road. You're all right. Close.
Put the right idea. I just know where the rest area is.
And to that meeting, could we get Phil or Dave or both of you or whoever makes sense to assess that road the day before or that day prior to the meeting so we could get a...
I've been watching it about every 3 or 4 days.
I bet you have.
Yeah, we'll make sure we get out there and view the road before the meeting.
I can return as well.
Yeah, I can meet up with you guys.
Can you provide a draft or an example of this agreement?
Yes.
Between now and then?
Yes, absolutely. Do we want, I mean, it probably makes sense to have two separate agreements, right?
Yeah.
One for Pleasant Ridge Road.
Yes.
So we can do that for you.
I think because we're looking at a multi-year on the Lake Moxie Road, it kind of keeps them separated because we get done over there on the other side of the river, it's not going to be a multi-year.
Yeah.
We're moving, we're marching, we're done.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever agreement you make with these guys here, you gotta sell it to the Forks people, they're tough.
They know where to find me, they know where to come on,
They got you in their sights.
We knew what
You
you
got the
gave.
resources, you could helicopter over the first mile of the forest,
I wish
ride on the county 3 miles.
I wish I'd had a Sikorsky heavy lift helicopter at my time.
Wow, that'd be something.
Yeah.
That would be beneficial. All right, so back here on the 20th.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening to us, consideration and time, greatly appreciate it.
Is it 3 PM on the 20th?
So let me, I'm the county administrator, so let me just
Leave it?
kind of catch up with you after
Well,
this.
let me
to give you an
anyway.
idea.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
There's already some significant agenda items on that 20th meeting, so.
Okay.
And these guys have been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
And we can do it earlier, whatever you.
I'm retired.
Yeah.
I get it.
So whatever you need, I can either hang out or I can leave.
Let me catch up with you, just as, I'm assuming we're almost done?
We're done, hit that gavel.
All right, a couple of things though I think we want to know is the gross weight of the trucks that are going to be going down the road, and how many trucks you're going to be using, or how many trips you're going to need to take, the whole schedule.
I think that more comes in on the Lake Moxie Road.
Yeah.
We're gonna just have those 2 big trucks go up and set. What I can do is get for Nick and get everything in, is the 2, they're a fairly light, low bed, flat deck for for the 2 reels. That's gonna be our heaviest piece of equipment, with everything else already beginning to trout bait.
Because we're gonna have certain things that are
Right.
under the weight limit,
Right.
right? It's just the big
Right.
piece.
That big piece there is gonna be at, gonna be a lot of pickup and 1-ton pickup traffic. Other equipment, and even it's a 2.5-ton truck, I call it, it's the mechanic's truck, that's still well under. But my big hitters are gonna be the ones that would have to bring those reels in. And then we have one crossing, and it's right on Lake Moxie, that we would have to bring in those same 2 vehicles just to set off-road, that has the bat wings, as we call it, and the bucket truck on that dead end. So those would be the other 2 trucks.
The wire haulers are flatbeds?
The wire haulers are flatbed, they're flatbed trailer, short aluminum trailer. It's a real short truck that we're using because.
Okay, so they're not on a tractor trailer unit then?
It's a tractor trailer, but it's a shorter one, and we're putting the pole pieces on it because we need it shorter to get into the tight places with the pole sections.
Yeah, just tell us how many
So
axles
I
are under.
can, yeah, so I can get the axles and the weight, because I already know the weight of the reels.
Yeah.
So I'll get that to Nick so they'll have it.
So really, it'll just be the quantity of equipment when we plan to run them for the ones that exceed the
Yeah.
weight limit, how many axles? Okay.
Yeah. And of course, strategically talking after we leave here, like we said, if I can move those other reels in there, and we do have a cool spell next week, we'll say when, hey, it's only gonna be 29 degrees or something, we move something in the morning, then, yeah, we're gonna try to take full advantage of those situations, absolutely.
Well, we'll be back on the 20th.
Yeah, and we would probably want a contract, like you were saying, the letter of agreement, would it be more like a contract? Then we might look for some escrow, or bond, or both.
Okay. So interested in a bond or escrow? Is
Or
that-
both,
Or both?
we'll see. And that's another reason why I wanted to know the trucks, and the gross, and the axle width, and
And timing on getting an escrow or bond, I mean, that's another.
you got 2 weeks.
Escrows, yeah. I mean, escrow moves pretty quickly, I believe, right?
Escrow's cash, so yeah, you can move that. We know you got it.
Obviously, just looking for protection for the taxpayers, that's all.
Yeah,
Understood.
yeah.
That's our concern as well.
We're gonna second mortgage Robert's house, right, cover it.
He's in the flood zone, you don't want to
You
do
can't do
that.
that. I don't own anything.
Never mind.
I don't own anything.
And you're happy about it.
You're right, I'm happy about it.
You don't have a
Yeah, you probably didn't get that.
Push that, the blessing. It should be quicker.
Okay.
Yes, it's interesting. Been a good day.
Sounds like
Well, I thank you.
What if I can't get the bond, but I can get an escrow?
Cash is king.
Oh, that's what I needed, only because, just give it, only because I've already just pushed an escrow through, so it should be easier a second time.
You haven't heard how much I want.
So, but no, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're not blindsided 2 weeks and you got time to do stuff.
No, that's what we need.
Adjourn, he's leaving.
I haven't been voted on. I haven't heard a motion.
I don't want to hear
That's what here cleans up. That's why he has that seat and get out of here quicker.
You don't adjourn when there's a quorum, then you're stuck here all night, so.
If I don't adjourn when there's a quorum, it's adjourned.
We lost the guy.
Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it. I'm Nick. Dave Schabak. I do not, unfortunately. I need to get it.
Did you take a ride down the camper, your house, let me know how the frost is down there right now.
Oh, it's awful.
It's awful. Very mushy.
I was down there 2 weeks ago, and the water was running down the middle of the road. And then I got to the hill, and you know where it shoots down the hill?
Oh, yeah. So I've been building the second camp in for the last couple of years.
Okay, I wondered who had the second.
Hayden's own it, they're friends of mine, but yeah, we put an off-grid cabin there.
I smile every time I go by.
Good place to be.
Because of the cameras, yeah, I usually put them off.
I see it myself, this is great.
Yeah.
And, 3, but no, good. You know, the marks already done down there.
Yeah, it was good. We'll see you, Charlie.
Wow.
No, I got you. Good?
You're good.
Am I getting any cheaper?
Yeah, nice seeing you, thank you.
For you,
Now that you make me have.
mcd.com.
I'm Nick. Good for you, Sam.
So Johnson, no. He's taking on more headaches as you get older, Commissioner. I know. And we, I think that's the whole thing in Madison at the polls, getting signatures, oh boy. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice for you.
Unreal.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna turn off the lights, close the door.
Hey, we're adjourned, so I don't have to worry about it. So all in all, you're pretty good with that, how that went?
Yes, I was very glad they told us they had that 2-week window. And if they can wait till the next meeting to get a go forth and work or not.
They either would or, right, I mean, what choice do they have?
Yeah.
I mean, but that, I mean, that's a good thing, you know, I mean, couple of weeks can make all, it could get significantly worse, or it could get significantly better, or it could be.
Don't see us freezing solid again. So our hope is warm and dry, and then the frost will come out of the road and it will settle down.
Right. Do you think you'll be around Phil at all over the next couple of weeks?
Around him?
Yeah.
I don't know, why?
Well, the reason I ask is, like, in this situation, right, we're in negotiations, I mean, if we can have that road upgraded that makes it worth the while and actually long-term save the taxpayers money. I think we negotiated for that.
I was thinking the same thing. The road's gonna be, it's gonna be damaged, right? That's how much of it's already been damaged. I mean, this is, hasn't had a solid frost in there the whole winter long. So like
100,000-pound logging trucks up there.
Yeah, so like you, I'm thinking of, we're gonna be getting shim and paved, and if we want anything else done that we think it needs, we can have that done ahead of their planning on shimming and paving. Because I'm thinking like, okay, they're gonna have a dollar amount, and they're gonna agree to fix this and this. But if we spot anything we think needs to be identified ahead of that, we can do it ourselves and then have them shim and pave.
Well, that's the thing, right, if there's a certain area that Bill thinks would greatly benefit binding it up and starting fresh, and then have them repave it, that would make sense.
When we did this, we worked on this road for about the last 8 years, we replaced all the culverts. We had very specific ways we wanted the culverts laid in, surrounded by crushed rock and fabric, and I did a whole design. So we had all those done, we had the ditches done. So everything on that road has been put up, but this road itself is not
Started
a
out
strong
on
base.
stumps and swamp.
Yeah, so it shows much more damage quicker.
Right.
Then they were talking about the Ridge Road in Concord, and that's a solid road. That's got a strong base in it, and we've done work on that too. We just paved it a couple of years ago, but it doesn't show anywhere near the damage, the uneven frost heaves that you run into it. Also, it's got a lot of ledge under it.
Yeah, right, you know, that's much mud. Yeah, I mean, get his brain thinking on, okay, how can we actually take advantage of the situation?
Yeah.
You know, to benefit the taxpayers and the people who gotta drive that road.
That was the thought I had too.
That's how my brain works all the time. Okay, how can we make, lemonade out of this lemon?
Yeah, but it helps them out, and when they came out and said basically, thank you, gentlemen, that, well, yeah, thank you.
Seeing you again. They both missed their naps today. They had very much.
So I will.
That's right. Yeah, it was a high school. Okay. Still like the floor. Okay. Thank you. Text your reminder. I will. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you got me in a rut.